like celebrating.
Red alert.
And keep it riveted still.
There she is. There she is.
Hello and welcome to our fourth Midnight Continuum. We are covering James Bond for the very first time on this channel, and we are looking at Moonraker from 1979. But this is the very first James Bond that I'm covering on the channel, which is really great because these movies are so cool. I started watching these sometime, maybe was it last year or this year? I don't know, but I'm watching them all in order, and I've gotten to this one, and I haven't finished Roger Moore yet, so I'm going through it slowly. But that's fine. It's just for fun. And this time though, I do want to review this one because it's the science fiction one, the one that they decided they needed to make because of Star Wars, and they were right to do so. And this is great. So they've got to figure out what's going on with this stolen space shuttle, and there are scientists, and there's a flamethrower. So this is the second movie where a scientist must have a flamethrower. And so let's see. Yeah, we're going to talk about Moonraker. And so also I found this delightful little Moonraker magazine all about the movie, and it includes a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know if I'll get into it, but I think I'm going to focus on the special effects during the live stream. And if we have time later, maybe we'll look through the magazine. If not, I'll put the link in the chat for this particular. It's available on archive.org, and I really, really love it. It's really beautiful. And before we do that, though, we're going to talk about our first time watching the film and our first impressions, and that will go for anybody who joins the live stream or anybody in the chat who wants to share their time watching it. I just shared mine, basically. I just watched these for the first time this past year, and so it was great that I had seen it because it's always easier to do these reviews when I've seen the movie before reviewing the movie. And I'm wanted to see James Bond in space, and it's so great. The series always has a little bit of near future science fiction in it, so it was great to see it take this step again, all encouraged by the success of Star Wars. And I was delighted, and I enjoyed every minute of it. I know there are people who don't like. I know there are some things that are unrealistic and everything, but it's a lot of fun. And I don't mind a little silliness in my science fiction. I love campy sci-fi, so this was delicious for me. So what about you, Scotty?
Oh, it's like one of the first ones that I saw on VHS with my dad. I didn't see it in theater, but this is probably I saw Goldfinger and then this VHS with my dad. I didn't see it in theater.
There's a little bit of an echo. Hang on.
There we go. So yeah, but this is one of my first introductions to James Bond, and I adore it, even just for sentimental, nostalgic value. Watching it again, yeah, it can get a little campy. It can get that double take, triple take from the pigeon. There's a lot in here that can be really, but there is a lot that I do enjoy, and it left a long-lasting impression on me in terms of my love of James Bond.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. You share James Bond with your dad, and I think that's a common theme for a lot of guys, and that's really lovely. Jet Sparks, what about you?
Well, I know my grandfather has been a love of James Bond, but he's more of a fan of Connery's era of Bond, watching Dr. No, From Russia with Love. And I mean, Moonraker, I have known of it, and I've only seen bits and pieces of the movie, but only just recently, as in like literally a few hours ago, I've watched the whole movie through to get a good grasp of it. And I know outside of it, yeah, there are some pretty like nonsensical moments that borders on practical parody, but I mean, it was a film that was made at the time because it was trying to bank off the success of Star Wars, and they thought that let's do this. Let's go for a space adventure, and it is based off the same book title from the character's original author, Ian Fleming, but I think it's drastically changed. I mean, the character of Hugo Drax is there, but again, they changed a lot of things up from probably the original novel, which I eventually need to go and read.
It
That's
is good. Like, the book is good, and this is wildly different. I think when we covered it over on the Phantasmagorium, it's basically a remake of Thunderball.
Is it
But
a remake of Thunderball or The Spy Who Loved Me?
oh, well, no, because it's either I forget. It's basically the same plot beats as Thunderball, and you certainly see that when you
I
have the
see.
space battle, which is kind of like with the underwater battle. But yeah, but the book is so wildly different. It just takes place in England. It's basically a car ride away from London, and it's a nuclear weapon. And Drax is a redhead. There are a couple of nods in the novel or in the movie to the novel, but it's a very low key, very different. Moonraker has nothing to do with space in the book.
That's true. That's true. It was about a nuclear weapon, and it was really a reference to. It was a nautical term in terms of why it was called Moonraker, and definitely. So, but we do have a new guest here. I want to welcome DJ Play Nice, and I want to glean from you a little bit about what happened when you first watched this movie, or what you remember.
I remember seeing it in the theater with my father, the James Bond fan, who influenced me to be one as well, and my younger brother. And we saw it once, and I couldn't wait for it to be on cable, and saw it many times on cable based on the VHS we dubbed down. And it was one of my favorites as a kid, most sure.
Fantastic. And a lot of people agree with that sentiment because Moonraker was first released on June 29th, 1979. With the budget of $34 million, it pulled in $210 million, which is awesome. And that record wasn't broken until Goldeneye.
Oh, wow.
Huh.
Yeah.
Really?
And
Nice.
so, yes, of course. And it was directed by Lewis Gilbert, and the screenplay was written by Christopher Wood and produced by Albert Broccoli. And after The Spy Who Loved Me in the credits, we were supposed to get For Your Eyes Only, but of course, we'll say it once again, probably more than this time, because of the success of Star Wars, we had to make Moonraker. They're just like, well, okay, what do we do? Oh, this has moon in the title. Let's do that. And of course, as Jet Sparks says, it's based on the novel, and the novel didn't have any spacecraft at all. It was written in 1955 before the space race. But Ian Fleming also always wanted this to become a movie. So I don't know what he'd think about this. This doesn't come close to following the concept. However, so also, like Scotty said, there's some major differences. Drax his big, it's not a spoiler, his entire goal is to create a master race. But in the novel, he's
Yes.
a Nazi. So that's a slight difference, but it's not too far off, actually.
But yeah, he's basically trying to commit a mass. He's going to create a mass genocide of Earth and try to repopulate it with. Well, I mean, it basically just borders. It still borders on eugenics, essentially, where you get like extremely like pairs, like couples of extremely attractive people to create a new superior human race.
That's exactly right. Yes, and I think that's the most that it's anything like the book, but not. There's nothing else. I don't know. There might be a few other things, but that's what I had there. And because I haven't read the book, so maybe there's more. And also, that's something Jet Sparks wants to do. So the screenplay also differed so much. And there was actually a screenplay that Ian Fleming wrote a long time ago, and it's available on Project Gutenberg. I I haven't read it myself, but I'm sure it is completely different. It'd be interesting to see that being made. And yet, despite all the differences, this movie is so much fun. And we've got Roger Moore as James Bond, Louise Childs as Holly.
Lois.
Yeah, Lois
Lois.
Childs.
Oh,
Yes.
Lois. Lois Childs.
Louise?
Excuse me,
Anyway.
Lois. Sorry.
No, it's cool.
I thought that wasn't there. Michael Lonsdale as Hugo Drax, Richard Kyle as Jaws, and we'll talk more about the cast as we go along. I'm sure there are more people. And due to budget, this movie was filmed in Brazil, Italy, Guatemala, and the U.S.
My favorite thing
Except
is at
for
the end of the in the credits, it says "and outer space."
and outer space. I didn't see that. That is so cute. But also, there's some teleportation because when we go over the falls, suddenly we're in Guatemala.
Yeah. And I'm telling, it's gonna say it though, like Jaws has like literal plot armor. For a lackey, he has like some insane plot armor.
He does. He's almost invincible, it seems. Even to a kick in the nads. And so, okay, so there was another chat that you were replying to. I think I got it here. Where is it? I pulled it all the way up here. So somebody was saying it was Charles Radcliffe who had said that it was his first James Bond movie. Thank you, Charles, for dropping by. I wonder and hope you're listening. So he says the video game Call of Duty Ghost may have borrowed from this Moonraker. And you had a response to that saying,
yes, the whole rods from God thing, like the Odin and Loki weapons from Call of Duty Ghosts, they had that same exact similar premise where Cobra took control of a rod from God weapon and destroyed London. But that's where I think the creators of Call of Duty Ghosts got the idea of a of those rods from God orbital impact kinetic impactor type weapons. But look, and I know it's a concept, but again, the bigger thing is that somehow South America unites and basically hijacks this orbital weapon and annihilates the entirety of the southern United States, which is just absolutely insane. I mean, literally, if you want to just see the cliff notes of how that plot goes out, look at Zero Punctuation on Call of Duty Ghosts. It's
"Oh,
pretty
thank
funny.
you. Yeah, thank you for that note." And Miss Sparkles, thank you for continuing your membership for 4 months. Hello to Kim in the chat. Now it says David, but Kim is also what he goes by. Pleasant Valley Picker CA, hello to PvP. He says checklist: 1, cute; 2, pigtails; 3, glasses; 4, braces. Okay, I I like that it's a Mandela effect, and it humors me already. And I do have a poll in the chat about whether or not you believe that Dolly had braces in the theatrical run of the movie, which is a fun little poll there, delineating who saw it in the theaters or not. DJ Plainus was in the theater, so I want to just ask you personally: did Dolly have braces?
I swore she did until I was proven wrong.
Yeah,
It was absolutely a part of my memory, and I was Mandela like a mother.
that's what I'm thinking. That's what it seems most everybody. I haven't met somebody who saw it in theaters who says they didn't see it. Not that that person doesn't exist, but man. Oh wait, you know what? There was one review that said she should have had braces. So
Yeah,
And there's
wow.
been the
that's how
suggestion that it was edited in for some theatrical releases or something like that to make her more appealing or to have youth relate to her more or whatever, but that seems to be so incredibly unfounded.
Well, and
Right.
that's the
There's no physical media evidence of it. I know it's gonna come up again during this live stream, but I just thought I'd bite that off because it is one of our polls. And Scotty?
bite that off. Jaws. Yeah, I read something in a little bit of research that I did because I firmly believe I'm with you, DJ Play Nice, in that it's like it makes sense that she would have braces. And I thought I remembered her having braces, but upon subsequent viewings, it's like, no, she never had braces. But there is an argument that is that they were edited out because it indicated that Dolly was too young for Jaws. So there was, because you think of people with braces as being younger, and they didn't want that to be the case. I think that this is all just machinations and explanations for people to justify what they thought they remembered, when in actual fact it never fucking existed.
That, and also I really love Clobby, and one of the in lines that he always used to say was Dolly had braces. And I knew that before I ever watched the movie.
And hey, that's it's not going to be resolved tonight. That's all I
No,
know.
it's not. It's just a fun topic. It's just
Yeah,
fun.
totally. Just remind me not to get
11:05.
angry.
Okay, don't get angry.
There you
I
go.
bet
Thank
that
you.
poll was at Scotty's request. It was my idea, but definitely influenced by our arguments about it. And hello to Daniel. He says this movie is boss.
Wow.
And yes, Moonraker, very much, very much. Jill already knows my review. Yeah,
What is it?
I know. Well, I don't think he likes it very much.
Oh,
90 minutes of boredom. Last 30 minutes is the fun space battles. I do love the last 30 minutes the most, but I enjoy the journey, especially the last half of the movie. So I like the last 60 minutes. I can admit maybe the first 60 minutes go a little slower, but there's still a lot of good stuff there too.
I like it. I think that it probably takes a hard left turn into space, but yeah, I think that
yeah, but
is.
Well,
I like it.
He also takes a hard left turn into a poncho, so there was a lot of hard left turns.
Yeah, but that's something that, and as we go through, like the Roger Moore era was very reactionary to things that were going on at the time, and it was almost, as JetSpark said, it's nearly parody when he shows up in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. But like when he was in The Spy Who Loved Me, he showed up in Lawrence of Arabia garb, and so heck, he was in a blaxploitation movie in Live and Let Die. So there is a little bit more, I don't know, loose winking and nodding to the audience in the Roger Moore era than there was in the Connerys.
Interesting.
In the first half, something that I really enjoyed was them going to Rio, because that was likely the first time I saw any like footage of a Rio Carnival.
Yeah,
and I love that. I also really liked when they were on the sky lift, the fight between he and Jaws. That was really great in that theater. I remember that's edge of the seat stuff for I was like 9 years old. I really loved it.
Fantastic, and we'll get into all of those scenes. Kronos is here.
Hey, Kronos.
Hello, Kronos. So good to see you. Roger Moore was best in A View to a Kill. I have not seen it just yet. I'll get back to you and see. Or The Man with the Golden Gun. That one was all right. Or Octopussy. I haven't seen it yet.
Or The Spy Who Loved Me.
That one I want to see in the theater if that gets re-released.
Hopefully.
And don't forget to mention your watch party, buddy. Yes, that's right. PvP. We have watch parties where I am watching James Bond over on my Cosme. Anybody is welcome, but usually just PvP. And then some other people sometimes drop by, like Wes Cagle and all that. So sometimes we get other viewers. But those are just casual. I just want to watch the movie. I don't want to do it while I'm talking, so I don't make it a YouTube video.
It's always nice to watch flicks together.
Definitely. It's fantastic. And I love the movie too, Daniel. But PvP, not so much. He says it sucks, but that's okay. We're gonna talk about it. Thunderball? No. Yeah, Thunderball. Thunderball, that's okay. I
I for
haven't met one that I hate. I haven't met a Bond yet that I hate.
Cat
Not
was
no one's mentioned Octopussy.
I haven't seen it yet.
I think it's
Oc-
kind of some of the lesser of Roger Moore's 007s,
I,
but
and I was yeah, and that's how I felt about it too. I did a chronological rewatch, and I thought that I was going to hate View to a Kill because I always remember finding it dull, and I loved View to a Kill. Or no, sorry, For Your Eyes Only. For Your Eyes Only. And then when it got to Octopussy, I was like, I hope I'm just as surprised when I see Octopussy. And I was so disappointed in Octopussy on this rewatch, my most recent.
oh well, I'll let you guys know when I get there.
Right.
PvP had to go 10 minutes ago, so if you're still here, PvP, I'll see you later.
Cheers.
Or if you listen on the replay, you get to hear it.
Well,
Lemon
you'll
Pie says
definitely
in the
see him at
book.
another James Bond viewing.
That's true. That's true. He's part of the production of these broadcasts. Lemon Pie says in the book the villain just mooned people and Bond had to stop him.
That's right.
And that's funny. Good one, Lemon Pie. And hello to College Slammer.
Hey.
Yes, yes. We will. We touched on that already, and we will talk about it again, especially when we get to that particular slide in which she does not have braces in any of the physical media releases. Mark
Well,
Harkness says,
we'll talk about
"Hello,
Dolly when we see Dolly.
yes, yes. There's so much to say. My first Bond movie, I always wanted Jaws to return, working for the CIA. Mark Harkness, that's exactly why what happens in this movie happens is because all the kids wrote in letters about how they liked Jaws and they wanted him to be good. It's so cute. And I like it. I mean, I do have some criticisms, but we'll get there when we get there. He was supposed to die in The Spy Who Loved Me, but the director's granddaughter didn't want the big man to die. Wow. Wow. Yeah, kids
Hmm.
can be very influential. And Miss Sparkles, uh, I'm already married. Wait a minute. Who are you asking to be married, Miss Sparkles? Oh, okay. Oh, here's Daniel's story about the first time he saw the movie. The first time I got 007 Moonraker, I was at a Sears at Stone Road Mall in Canada.
Love
There
that
was a
mall.
section there was a
I do.
section right next to the doors, and I found the movie section and found Moonraker, and I got it. So,
Nice.
great story.
Was that must have been on VHS?
Oh, Kronos thinks this movie was not fun. Oh, interesting. Hopefully this live stream is better, Kronos,
Yes.
for you.
Hey, Spidey.
Hello to Canadian Spider-Man. Good to have everyone here. Yes. DJ is here too. The only one who watches any video that I make. You make videos?
I guess that
I
proves
need
that point.
I didn't I thought am I subscribed to Miss Sparkles? Hmm. I thought I was subscribed. Yeah, okay. I think I am subscribed, but I don't really. Oh, you know what? I'm not getting any notifications. I hit the bell. I'll get your next video. And of course, Spidey jumped in, so let's all look at Spidey's YouTube channel link.
For sure.
Check him out. He knows about Guatemala. It's a fantastic place. Oh, I guess you've been there, Spidey. And let's see, everybody's saying hi to Canadian Spider-Man. Of course they are.
Of course.
No burning things down today? No. Well, I don't know. No, I don't. Oh, you mean Canadian Spider-Man in terms of a bonfire. It's been raining. And I've been busy shooting, says Canadian Spider-Man. Okay, yes. We are all very interested in Canadian Spider-Man lore. So that was a good question, Kronos. What? What do you mean let you on? Miss Sparkles, you're a member. Every once in a while, I put the StreamYard link in the membership tab. And whenever I do invite members to the channel, they are allowed to click that link. But in this particular case, it would be only if you have something to say about Moonraker. But if it's a shore leave, you don't have to have any particular viewing experience. And yes, she did, Jill. She absolutely did have braces. I saw it in the theaters. They're effing with us. She did have braces, and then the whole audience went, "Aw." So
Spidey, I'll be here
Spidey's
to comfort you on the other side.
Hey, Kronos.
Oh, hey. Oh, okay. Miss Sparkle's gonna be back. You gotta bully somebody. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll see you soon, Miss Sparkles. Very good. Very good. XOXO. She did. She did. I've had red wine and she had braces. They have erased it after the fact to not look like she was too young. And yes, that's what Spidey
That's
was
what I
saying.
heard. Yeah.
That
But
is one plausible explanation.
well, it's an interesting excuse. I wouldn't call it an explanation because we are living in an era of the internet where people freely collect VHS tapes, rare, out of date broadcasts, and things like that. If it exists, it is on the internet. And if you can't find it, then it never happened.
Well, it's not on any physical media, but was it there when people saw it in theater? Did somebody doctor the film to put braces on her?
I don't even think
Because
that would be possible in 1979. And the
Yeah.
VHS release, like to be able to edit that specifically, like I don't know how you would do it.
I don't know either. It's a question. Oh, Sinister is here. Hello to Sinister. I missed your chat.
Hello.
There you are. Hello, hello, hello. And let's see. William Shakespeare is here too.
William Spielberg.
My first Bond movie had Roger Moore, says Sinister. Very good. Yes, it was VHS. Gotti, did you laugh when Roger Moore killed the minion? Chang? Oh, yeah. We will talk about that. We will talk about the clock tower and the piano. Classic Comics is here too. Gotta say hi to Classic Comics.
Hey,
This remains one of my guilty pleasures. I don't think I'm so guilty about it. But yeah, I know I'm not supposed to like it, but I love it. I guess that's what guilty pleasure means. You're right. So now we are ready to look at the slides for the movie.
Hot damn.
Here we are. Yeah. And of course, protected by Eric's.
Yes.
For the copyright. Oh, yes. And I also do have that. Very good singing, Scotty.
Well, obviously the band is better.
But yours came from the heart.
Thanks.
The pigeon doing the double take is the highlight for me. Says Classic Comics. And I have that. I've played it a couple of times already. I think I love it too. The only video I have. Yeah, that's the best. Oh, no. That VHS clip on YouTube. I was excited by that too. It's not real. Sorry, William. That's very disappointing. I was excited by that too. It's totally fake. But we are going to steal. One thing we are going to do is steal a space shuttle. This will be fun. And of course, you do have this start. Nice. But then cut to the plane. And
Maybe it's not
so
Thunderball. Maybe it's You Only Live Twice, because maybe this movie just lifts from a lot of the greatest hits of James Bond, because this is almost the exact same as the beginning of You Only Live Twice, where this the American space capsule gets captured by Spectre's chompy Pac-Man in space.
Yeah.
yeah, but in this case, it is this jetliner is going from the United States to Great Britain with some US and Great Britain cooperation here. They're doing something with the shuttle.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, they're transporting it to Great Britain for the European space agencies, and of course this is actually how they transport shuttles. They put it on the back of a jumbo jet and fly it across there. But as we're about to see, the shuttle has a couple of stowaways on there to basically hijack it while in midair.
That's right. Yes, the shuttle's ignition lights turn on, and the spacecraft does indeed rocket off of the top of the jet somehow without its actual ignition, um, the things that it needs to actually fly.
I do enjoy how the hijackers are wearing traditional henchman, lackey, ne'er-do-well street clothes. They don't have anything that distinguishes them as being bad guys. Like, it would be cool if they had the yellow jumpsuits, but I guess they did that later. But yeah, they're basically just wearing black turtlenecks and leather jackets, and we're bad, evil.
And of course, the takeoff of the shuttle destroys the plane, and it is bits in bits. And and there's not actually any internal fuel tanks on a shuttle, so this could not happen.
Like,
Yes,
we didn't
DJ?
really know that. It was like believable, I guess, at the time. I mean, I was too young to really know a heck of a lot about NASA, but as a kid, I knew what the shuttle was, but the launch wasn't until 81. So seeing it on the screen like that, it had only been maybe news clips sort of thing before that. And I don't have a dead enough reckoning of what I saw when I saw it in the theater to know, but I remember being really pleased to see it because it brought the reality of the news onto the screen, I guess, probably. It's hard to
Oh,
remember
that's a
what I
great
thought
way to
as a
put it.
9-year-old, for God's sake.
Well, yes, the 9-year-old definitely wouldn't be questioning, and actually nobody would. You're right. Since this is before the shuttle program actually went into effect, it makes sense that, most people would know the technicalities of how to actually launch a shuttle. Although this movie
Yeah.
does do that later.
Yes, and that's true. Yeah, you have all the stages, and of course, as I've already stated, we already know that's how they should how these shuttles get transported. But there actually would be no fuel in the shuttle itself for it to even take off, and plus it's meant to just like glide back down to back down to Earth and land at an Air Force base.
Well, yeah, but it's before we start questioning our suspension of disbelief in the first 10 minutes, let's not forget we do get to a space station.
Yes, I love that space station, but we'll
I
get
like
there.
it too, but it's just
The comic
yeah.
relief crusaders here. Hello.
Hey, CRC. And
Oh
I
no,
do.
Sinister is not feeling well. Please feel better soon, Cynthia.
Yeah.
And William Shakespeare has a story. I saw the film in the original theatrical release. I was barely a teenager, but I loved this film, and I definitely remember her having braces. Damn it. Yeah, this was
Well,
before the actual shuttle mission. Yeah, that was great that DJ Play Nice pointed that out. And let's see. You think people on the plane felt it when the plane exploded in the raging inferno?
No.
I got a feeling they did, but it showed. But I mean, even though the ignitions blew right in front of the cockpit, but the plane was just blown in half from the middle. So I'm pretty sure the guys might have felt something and probably should have braced for a crash landing. At least how it's like depicted it blowing up.
I was kind of thinking it would be like that submarine that imploded on the way to Titanic. They were just like, nah, and then done.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought about that. That's a really sad story. Do not make your submarines out of video game material. I mean,
Yeah, they really
really
didn't
sad.
really think about that thing, and plus they were trying to drive it with a game controller, and that was like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, no. You've got to get the best people on it, not the people that you think you want to have. But
Yeah, I mean,
anyway,
yeah.
Here's Bernard Lee.
Before we talk about Bernard Lee, I just had one more thing from before, and just for the whole movie, there are a few people who I want to mention. And Derek Mettings and his staff had a special effects shop at England's Binnerud Studios, and that's where they built entire fleets of these spaceships, of these shuttlecraft, and I wanted to make sure the miniature model master at least got his name in there if we don't talk more. And what you want me to ignore you, PvP? I read all of your chats, and even that one, even the one where you're trolling. But I read all your chats and they were really good and I really enjoyed them. And I don't know, you're gonna have to rewind to actually, but please don't put things like that in the chat. That's not fun. I read your chats and I don't think I need to.
Hey, Porthos.
Too much. So wait a minute. My problem here is that I need to get to the YouTube chat itself. Where is it? Now I'm sorry, guys. I've got to be able to handle what's going on in my chat, and that happens sometimes. So please give me just a bit of patience here.
Sure.
And yes, no.
But yeah, this is Bernard Lee.
We're just gonna delete first. This is your first warning. Bernard Lee, yes, please.
Playing M. He's done so since Dr. No. And sadly, this would be his last appearance as M in the James Bond series. But this is, and it's a great showcase. Like, I'm glad that he's around, and not just as a in a lot of the James Bond movies, he just sort of shows up at the very beginning, go do this, okay, bye. He does have a little bit more of a role in subsequent movies. In this one, he's here in the beginning, he shows up in the middle, and then he does sort of cap it off at the end for a fond farewell. But Bernard Lee,
that's I didn't realize best part.
He and I share a birthday, not the same year, of course, but yeah.
Nice. That's
I didn't
really
realize
great.
until just now, which is really, really slacking.
That's pretty great. And so, of course, we've got let's see. What do we have next? Yes, so we are at the British Secret Service. Of course, this is M, as you've said, and it is Bernard Lee's final time here in the series. He passed away in 1981, and they're looking for James Bond. And Miss Moneypenny says, "Is 007 back from the African job?" Oh wait, no wait, that's M who says that. Moneypenny says he's on his last leg, sir. So that's. But of course, the joke is that he is up somebody's leg.
Yes, a little seduction. Now, I have to ask a question. I have to ask a question specifically about Roger Moore. I know James Bond is supposed to be very sexyful, and he does a lot of the kissing and the touching with the ladies. Does anybody else find it that Roger Moore is a weird kisser? Yes,
He's
thank
a
you,
little
Jim.
he's a little bit aggressive in his kissing
It
until
just
he actually
looks
gets into it.
funny.
It just seems like he is unsure of himself until he's actually gotten there,
Oh,
and then
until he
he's
actually
okay.
connects with lips.
Yes.
Okay, he's like got a depth perception issue.
Mhm.
All
Yeah,
right,
maybe he does. I don't know much about. I'm not his optometrist.
fair enough. I've seen him wear his glasses, and they're kind of like giant Michael Caine glasses,
Okay.
or at
Yeah.
least they were.
Oh, that's true.
Well, and also like I know I'm going to be, and maybe a lot of other people are going to be sort of singing the praises, but also somewhat making fun. It is Roger
Well,
Moore. It is sort of that foppish. Yeah, I don't I when it comes to James Bond, I do find him to be the most comical. Uh, and but I think that is something that was of its time, and it helped define the era of his James Bond. But like he did so many amazing things, and his stardom preceded James Bond by being on The Saint. He was an ambassador for UNICEF. He is legendary. He played Inspector Clouseau at one point. Like Roger Moore has not only been a very storied and successful actor, but he's also not afraid to be playful with his own image and perception. He was in Cannonball Run, for the love of Pete, playing basically James Bond. And so he's never afraid to make fun of himself. And yet he is also, I think, a really good actor. But when it does come to him being sort of sexy and doing the kissing, I'm just like, oh man, I don't know. That film acting kissing is just, it doesn't look good for James Bond. Although,
Yeah,
and this kind of and this looks like he's trying to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. I think you're right. Jet
yeah,
spikes?
yeah. Again, it really shows that it's kind of awkward with more like kissing women. I mean, you could probably see Connery. I think even you can buy Lesenby being romantic, but again, especially when we get to like his last Bond film where where he's in kind of in bed with Grace Jones, it's also kind of like awkward.
yes. Well, and that's like somebody in the chat earlier said that A View to a Kill was their favorite Roger Moore movie. I don't know if that was facetious or not, but he was what, like, was he 59 or 63? He was up there.
Yeah, he was in his
And
50s at that point.
yeah,
Yeah, but that's kind of the whole thing, though. But the reason why some people kind of don't like Moore is because he has the most films under his belt as James Bond. He had 7 films from at least the late seven from the late
71 to 84.
from the late 70s, from the mid 70s to the mid 80s. So he had like the longest 10. I think he had the longest tenure as James Bond. And I know other
If you
people
had
will say like Dalton, who came after him, he didn't have enough time to shine, and because of all the lawsuits, he had to just bow out of the part.
That's an interesting point. And DJ Plain Nice was going to add.
that in almost every discussion about the Bond actors, I think it defaults to this. Moore was the most obviously cheeky, and had it been any of the others, if Dalton had been the cheekiest, people wouldn't bag on Roger Moore quite as much. And Scotty, I don't know about the kissing thing, but I was only ever paying attention to the Bond girls, so I'm gonna have to, like, I guess, rewatch to see if there's any substance to the nearsighted theory. And you're right, he did end up having. I remember seeing like press photos. It would have been with this film or once immediately following, where you saw the guy wearing big glasses.
Yeah.
So maybe that's real.
Well, I was always, don't get me wrong, I was looking at the ladies, but then there was always there was just something, I don't know. He looked like he was trying to suck the soul out of their mouths or something, and it just,
Like
I don't know what it
Dementors
was.
from Harry Potter.
There was something like that. It was really, yeah.
Well,
So
and though they were relatively new, contact lenses for someone of his, caliber and wallet would definitely be able to have had contacts back then. But actors and actresses definitely have little quirks about them, and perhaps that was a refusal or something. Be interesting to find out.
Well, yeah.
yeah, it would.
Well,
It would. Hey, Oiler Greg says late night movie reviews with Jill, and also PvP said Connery was better, and Lazenby is his favorite. On Her Majesty's Secret Service is a great film. Yes, and I love Diana
yeah.
Rigg in there.
And when I first saw On Her Majesty's, I hated it because it wasn't Connery. I've grown to appreciate it more and more. No pun intended there. But yeah, my favorite, hands down, favorite Bond is Timothy Dalton.
Before we jump out of an airplane, I had one more thing to say about the last African job. It might have been because Roger Moore's last film before that was The Wild Geese, which took
Oh,
place
wow.
in South Africa.
That's funny. And
Yeah.
but also, you think about Moonraker being inspired, influenced by the success of Star Wars. It's funny. It's nice to see that it's not the only movie that influenced this. It's like James Bond was no, I guess accurately, it was part of the reason why people go to movies. It was a highlight of the landscape of movies throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And I like how it is referential, not only in its plot lines by ripping off blaxploitation, science fiction, Star Wars, and whatnot, but also other movies that are going on at the same time. It's great.
Mhm. And so it turns out his companion is not so nice. She's bad girl. And so so um so the thing that happens here is that they have a fight. They fight. There's a lot of fighting in
In a Bond movie? How dare they?
Yeah.
There's no fighting
Yeah.
in here. This is the warplane. See, this
And
is this is
he gets
amazing.
pushed out, and this is the first time we see Jaws, but we don't really see him yet. But he's who pushes James Bond out of the airplane. It is amazing.
Well, and this is almost like the extended version of the end of Goldfinger. Instead of just shooting the window and then him getting sucked out, we get to see everything else that happens. I wonder what like is there a pilot? What happened to the girl?
Yeah, there was a pilot, there was a girl. Um, I would guess that they all have a parachute, but we don't see what happens to the girl.
Well,
I think the pilot gets shoved out with his parachute, and James Bond later steals it, right?
through this incredible feat of stunt work.
Yes. But I like to believe that well, I mean, she did try to kill Bond, but maybe she survived anyway. We don't know for sure. But we do see a really great sequence here. This is wonderful. And he's going down, James Bond is going down without a parachute, which is pretty scary. And then we have
based on the fact that they did this practically, like this was all done. There was like a 7-pound camera on a skydiver's helmet. This looks great. The stunt doubles are not too jarring. I find it incredible that they did it, but you can see that underneath Bond's blazer, you can see he's wearing a parachute. Like he's
well,
got
of course he is. Yeah, that makes sense. Or Bond's stunt person is also wearing a parachute.
Yes. Well, yes.
Yeah, and then apparently Jaws was waiting in the wings on that plane. He just came in there out of nowhere.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
I like that one. Yes, he does. He does. I don't know where he was exactly before that. Maybe in the cockpit. And there's a struggle. There's lots of struggle. It took, what did it take? 3 weeks to film this, I think. It was difficult. It was a difficult film because then, of course, you've got somebody also carrying the camera somewhere around off screen to do all this stuff. So there's lots going on. And of course, it ends with Jaws not having a parachute, and James Bond eventually gets one himself. And he tries to flap his wings like a bird, and I think that's kind of funny. And then he
Yeah.
falls into a circus tent.
Oh yeah, and that's
There
pretty
he is.
common. Let's see that slide. Yeah, and I think it also flies with his silhouette landing in the net, leading us into the title sequence.
Yes.
And we wouldn't
Yes.
see another circus until Octopussy. Thank God.
hmm So, yeah, it did take weeks. I guess I don't know precisely how many weeks, but it was coordinated by Don Calvet, it says, with John Glenn. And it's filmed in California.
Oh yeah, who? This is. I'm sorry for asking this. Was this directed by John Glenn?
This movie was directed by, let's see, I have it here.
Lewis Gilbert.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, Lewis Gilbert is correct,
Huh.
with the screenplay by Christopher Wood.
Because that's funny because it is something where, because of the nature of what Cubby Broccoli did with Radjack and Eon Productions, I think it was still Radjack at this point. Maybe not, because if Saltzman had left, then it might be Eon by now. But it would be in-house in terms of raising the talent that they had cultivated. And I know Lewis Gilbert was involved in the earlier films as well, and was promoted to the director's chair. But it's also interesting to hear that John Glenn was involved in this stunt piece, because John Glenn went on to direct a bunch of the Bond movies during the 80s as well.
Nice. That's pretty cool to know. And also involved in the scene was Bob Simmons. He was the leader of the stunt people. So that's something from, well, I mean, I'm rephrasing it. This is from the magazine.
Yeah, no, I want that title on my business card. I am the leader of the stunt people.
If I read it verbatim, it would say, while intrepid stunt people led by the experienced and extremely talented Bob Simmons. So it's a lot more eloquent in the magazine.
Stunt captain,
But
I would assume.
Stunt coordinator.
Yes, yeah.
Definitely. Something like that. And like Jetspark says, then we get our opening credits after this amazing scene that took 88 jumps. They jumped from an airplane 88 times to make this happen.
Wow, that's insane. But that's cinema, people.
I'm surprised no one got hurt.
Yeah, no CGI back then. Yeah, I'm glad nobody got hurt. Although there's another story about that later. Oh, look at this.
And you got silhouette of like all the circus stuff and a clown, and you got the classic lovely ladies jumping around.
Yes, I wish they had more lovely ladies jumping around in the modern introductions. But I do have to say, who's this? Is this who does the song Moonraker?
Shirley Bassey is the performer for this one. And they wanted Frank Sinatra, but he was like, "No, make me a villain instead."
But his daughter Nancy Sinatra went on to do the song for You Only
Well,
Live
You Only
Twice.
Live Twice, but that would have been earlier.
Yes.
That would have been interesting, having a Sinatra Bond opening. But I find this one too melodic. I like Shirley Bassey, and obviously in Goldfinger. But yeah.
And the entire soundtrack of the movie was composed by John Barry, in case I don't mention it again.
Nice. Fly me to the Moonraker, lasers in the stars.
That sounds like a good parody. Okay, so before we go on, I gotta check the chat.
Hey, Mikey G.
Mandela
Wilson.
my ass. Yeah. Hey, you know what you know, Spidey. Mikey G. Wilson, yes. And let me just see what's happening. I want to make sure to keep up with you guys because we can. Because it's late at night and I don't have to pick up children. Because they're already either asleep or partying. I don't know. I can need to check on them in a little bit. And Jaws became the hero. Yes, he does. And I think Jill should next review Casino Royale 1967.
Oh gosh.
Oh, dear.
That movie is just more absurdist than anything.
It's a lot of fun.
It's a cartoon.
Yeah, it's a live action cartoon essentially.
And Euler Greg also remembers the braces, and that poll shows that many other people do as well. I don't see the poll currently right now, but I will check in on it later. And yeah. Wow, yeah, that is a pretty hefty poll in favor of what must be true. And yeah, it's a fact. It's a fact. Jill has lots of chat. Lots of chat. That is very, very lucky of me. Frank would have been a good villain, says PvP. Well, and yeah, and I guess we don't get to see that. And there we go. And we will move on to, let's see, Big Smoke. We're gonna move on to the next scene here, where we're back at the British headquarters.
Back at MI6.
Yes. But first, we got to see a disco ball. I don't know. Maybe not exactly a disco ball, but that's what that kind of looks like. And lots of silhouettes of ladies jumping around.
Whoever invented trampolines was a genius.
Yes. Yeah, so they're trying to figure out what's going on with the missing shuttle. And James Bond has got to find it. And they talk about how it was destroyed. The aircraft was destroyed, but the shuttle was stolen. And they proved that because we have this painting, or wait, this mirror rather, that turns into a video. And the video, I like that the video flashes the words most secret, in case you didn't know. If you're watching this, well, you're watching is pretty secret. And then also James Bond gets a fun new toy for the whole movie. He mostly uses this toy for lots of things. And this is the dart shooter that James Bond uses throughout the film. And oh, he tests it too.
Shoots the horse in the butt.
It's
Yes.
like pin the tail on the donkey.
Oh, it is like that's a good point.
Yeah, I forgot that. All the walkthroughs of the gadgets were like some of the best parts of the film for me as a kid.
Mhm. And this is a painting of William III. And then we move on to we get on a helicopter to check out Drax Industries in Southern California. And he meets a pilot named Corinne Dufour. And she pilots him to Drax Industries. And they take a look at it. Oops. Oh, hey, that's a background. I guess there's a few things in here I didn't mean to have. Wait, why is that here? Here's the intermission of Star Trek stuff. Hold on. I'm sure this will be over in a second. I forgot to take those out. Sorry, you guys. And so we've got, okay, so even though this is set in California, this was also filmed at in Paris, France, at Chateau de Beaulève. Oh, okay, I am not Bic Dome, maybe. Anyway, if anybody wants to pronounce that properly, I will put it in the private. I mean, the regular chat, and maybe one of you guys can do that for me. Yeah, I don't know French. I took Spanish, Cronus. I know they're similar in terms of they're both romance language, but I'm not really good at Spanish either. And so one of the quotes I like that she says is what he doesn't own, he doesn't want. So that's to set him up. And that's where the Moonraker shuttle is made. So we did see that. We did see a big military base looking complex where there are workshops, hangars, design and experimental blocks, test centers, everything. And Bond says, I heard Drax is obsessed with the conquest of space, and now I believe it. Oh, yeah, and here's this great joke here. There's a sound clip. We got another sound clip. Let's listen to this one at 10 seconds.
Oh, thank you.
Oops, not that one. We just heard that one. But that time you got to hear the dart.
Why didn't he buy the Eiffel Tower as well?
He did, but the French government refused him an export permit.
Yeah, so that's a good little joke there. And she points out some astronaut trainees who are currently exercising. So, of course, this complex has a lot of people getting ready to go to space because indeed they will be. We will see many of these people again later on in the movie. And we just bask in all of Drax's stuff everywhere. This entire estate, all this land, all of the buildings and things are all his. And we eventually get inside of this giant chateau. And we find Drax playing the piano. And he introduces some lovely ladies before they leave. Fancy room, very ornate. And so, oh, yeah, I got a few more things here. Oh, yeah. Scotty mentioned this one earlier. In the book, they never really left England. And of course, this movie goes all over the world. California, Venice, Rio de Janeiro. And as he also said in the last credits, outer space. And the shuttle belongs to Drax, and Bond says that they'll apologize once they figure out what happened to it. And Bond refuses Drax's afternoon tea and cucumber sandwiches. So the shuttle is made entirely in California, and Drax says, no, I own a number of subsidiaries throughout the world producing components. The conquest of space represents an investment in the future of the entire human race. It is therefore logical to seek out the best that each nation has to offer. And yeah, he wants to get rid of all of them. He wants to get rid of all of these people who are helping him build these ships. But all right. So then we also meet his Dobermans. He has a couple of dogs here who are sitting very patiently, even though they have a yummy treat. They've got a steak right in front of them, something to snap up, and they are waiting. They are very patient. And they're waiting here while the two talk about everything that I just described.
Is
And
that
in
Zeus
terms
and
of
Apollo? Heavens.
Zeus and Apollo. Oh, that's the names of the dogs?
Nah,
I was going to
from
make that joke too, Scotty. Magnum PI.
yeah, man. No, those Higgins dogs from Magnum PI.
Uh, so eventually he does snap his fingers and the dogs eat the meat that they had sitting in front of them. They waited for that command before having a snack.
And that's some
And
foreshadowing.
yes, it is.
Poor Colette.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the girl.
There is a girl, yeah. Corinne, she piloted Bond over to the chateau. And she's going to take James Bond to Holly Goodhead. But of course they just call her Goodhead because
Doctor.
or Doctor. They just call her Dr. Goodhead because they're hiding her gender at this particular instance of the movie.
See, and this is another thing that is sort of a Mandela effect. This is an interpretation of the film. Just because Greek letters in the chat says, where is it? Here we go. Goatee beard, check. Playing the piano, check. Super rich, check. Surrounded by beautiful women, check. Yep, that's a villain, all right. There is something that people have said is that why is he emulating a player piano? Like he's not actually playing the piano. That is something that people have asserted in terms of this movie. The truth is, Michael Lonsdale was playing the piano in that scene. He just had an incredibly light touch on the keys that it looks like he's sort of hovering, but he's actually playing the piano. And people have said that this is like a setup for the lies that Drax is performing for the sake of the rest of the movie. But that's also an incorrect assertion as well, because like when they said in the audio commentary, they sit there and they say, people don't think that he was playing the piano. That's actually Michael Lonsdale. So there have been misconceptions throughout the film, not just Dolly.
Interesting. I hadn't heard about that one. But Classic Comics says that this is his first Bond film and that he loves the wristband for the dark gadget, which is obviously taken from a watch. Yes, of course. It's a cool watch. And
that was the first Bond gadget that I wanted.
And since we are mentioning Mandela effects, it is important to point out what it really is. It's actually a quantum entanglement in which souls are shifting dimensions regularly. That's what some people think. Other people think the Mandela effect is just mass delusions. So whichever one you like. And I put this in here in case anybody knows how to read it. That's the name of the actual place that they were at in France filming the exteriors.
Chateau de Vaux-le-Vicomte.
Interiors. Yeah. Thank you. French is a lovely sounding language. I need to try it sometime, says William Shakespeare. And Spidey's French is very bad. So it's like Space Seed in the 90s. Check this out.
Ma petit chauffeur.
And so let's continue. Oh my goodness. The chat jumped again. Great chat. Great to have you here, guys. And we get this, of course.
My name is Bond, James Bond.
And I'm Dr. Holly Goodhead.
I'm looking at Dr. Goodhead.
A woman.
Oh, before we get that, I also forgot to play this line.
Look after Mr. Bond. See that some harm comes to him.
Oh, he's so good.
Yeah.
And hello and welcome to Kat.
Hey, Kat.
Hello. Thank you.
What's happening?
No, maybe we do this. And let me fix one thing. There we go. Well, it's bad either way, but okay, it's fine. And so we're at that scene that you're talking about. We've got What? All right. So we're in the laboratory and we're meeting Goodhead and Childs. Yes, the joke the joke is obvious. We don't have to describe it. Childs was cast as Holly
Can
Goodhead
I?
just by chance when she was she sat next to Lewis Gilbert apparently on a flight, and then that she would be ideal. I'm gonna play this one clip and then I'm gonna ask you about your experience with this movie, Kat, in just a minute. And so, of course, oh, there it is. I just needed to because I have timestamps for these.
Cooperation.
Oh wait, not that one.
Not that one.
We'll get to that one later.
Oh my stars.
A woman.
Your powers of observation do you credit, Mr. Bond?
And yeah, everybody's saying hello to Kat in the chat. Hello, Kat. And I
Hello.
do want to ask you, what's your experience watching this movie, and what were your first impressions?
Like a lot of people, I thought they, kind of jumped the shark quite a bit. But granted, I was a kid when I saw it, and I still really liked it. And it's funny because the bulk of the movie before they go to space is actually pretty grounded, and then it just kind of, when the climax happens, it just kind of goes off in another direction so quickly. I really liked Michelangelo's Drax. Really liked that. Wasn't really a fan of how they changed Jaws to kind of being a good guy. I didn't really care for that. But yeah, I thought this was a fun movie. I don't hate it as much as a lot of people do. Like this is movies like the butt of a lot of jokes in like the Bond community. But yeah, they're obviously trying to cash in on Star Wars, and so and it worked because it was the most successful one at the time.
It really was. And I'm having a lot of fun talking about it, if anything. Space shuttle, says Kronos. Yes. And also, Goodhead, Dr. Goodhead, is also a fully trained astronaut, and she's showing him around. And talking about, oh, yeah, she says, this is it, the Moonraker, capable of being launched into space by rocket. And Bond finishes orbiting the Earth and re entering the atmosphere to land like any conventional aircraft. And then, of course, we get to the next action scene, and she shows him the centrifuge and says, "Hey, don't you want to try this?" And he's like, "Yes, I do want to try this." And, and so he does try it. Why? I don't know exactly, but here we are. And he gets
Well,
strapped in for his own safety.
yes. Now, I don't think that this is fair because I always remember how old Roger Moore is in this movie because of how much his face, flaps in the wind based on the G-forces. But I'm pretty sure, like, it doesn't matter how old you are, your face is going to flap like that in this many G-forces. So I owe Roger Moore an apology for being young and thinking he was old and wrinkly, when in actual fact he was not yet that old or that wrinkly. It was just the torture device that he was in.
Yes, and apparently they did something special to cause his face to be like that. What was it? Whatever it was, it actually gave him bruises.
Oh, wow.
So that the actual way to actually simulate what's actually happening. And so there's one thing she's saying here, that 20 G's can kill you. But there was in 1954, Air Force Colonel John Stapp survived G forces of 46. So
Oh,
that's a lot more than 20. But still, it's a fun scene. And it's exciting.
Come on.
And of course,
Mr.
she gets a
Bond.
phone call. She gets a phone call so that Chang can mess with the controls and try to kill James Bond. And he figures this out. Yeah, of course, he escapes by using his little dart gun, as we'll see in just a minute.
Well, and there is sort of like the red herring. Oh yes, we're taking good care of him right now. So you think that that Goodhead is on Drax's side? I guess you would at this point in the movie.
You don't
But
really
it
know
is.
much about her, and you have no reason to trust her yet.
I know
He
one
tries
thing about
to.
her.
She's a woman.
Well, and also the Goodhead.
Oh yeah. He tries to release the chicken switch before he uses the dart to save himself to destroy the interiors of the machine.
Look at that.
Yeah, it looks really good.
It does look good.
And he destroys the electronics within the pod, and that he saves himself that way. Thanks to Q's ingenuity.
I like the deflated look on Chang's face. When
Oh, and we see the horses. Yeah.
The horses.
Oh yeah,
out,
he's
yes.
so upset. Yeah, because that's him remembering what to do.
No, but when Chang it breaks and it starts to slow down, he just looks like a kid who like ordered a chocolate milkshake and got vanilla. It's just like, oh.
Yeah, see what he is pretty disappointed. But Bond escapes.
And that is why you never go on the Gravitron.
The Gravitron. Is that the carnival ride?
Yep.
Yeah, I like that. I like that ride. That's fun.
I don't. It makes me throw up.
I will read Greek letters. It's great to see you. I'm going to read that chat when we get to that scene. That's
Hey,
it. That's
Greek
a big.
letters.
Yeah. How many G forces in my what?
How many G forces
I
in
don't
my
know.
pants? 2.
Okay.
Or maybe
26
1.
46, yeah.
The force of gravity is what G-force stands for, and considering that there is only one G that we're all constantly affected by, I would say that there is one. There is one G-force in your pants.
Yes, that's the actual answer. Sashi. Hello, Sashi.
Hey, Sashi.
It's a funny question, though. And so he survives. But he doesn't really want any help from her. But then he sees who it really was. He does get to a glance at Chang, who, yeah, you're right. He does look really upset.
No. And Corinne.
Corinne, yes, Corinne is very helpful. He wants information, and all it takes is a few kisses to have her talking.
So I believe before we were talking about Quantum of Solace, Jet Sparks, and one of the interesting things about that movie is that James Bond only has the sexy time with one lady, Strawberry Fields, and not the main Bond girl, Olga Koryalenko. In this one, Bond is laying pipe all over the place. There is a lot of the sexy times.
3 of them.
That's, hey, in the course of a 2-week mission, I'm sure that there are people, I'm one of them. I would love 3 sexy times with 3 different ladies in a 2-week period.
True, that is a lot when you think about it that way. She says that they're working on something secret, but things have been moved to another location. But she doesn't know exactly the details of that. But at the beginning of this scene, she said, "My mom gave me a list of things not to do on the first date." So then he says, "What about that list of your mother's?" And she has a Scotty line here. "I never learned to read."
Yay!
Yeah, that's a Scotty line, all right.
It is.
I don't know why, but it always bugged me that they said that this mansion is supposed to be in California for the movie, even though it's it's actually obviously a French chateau. It's been featured
Yeah,
in a lot
yeah.
of
Well,
films.
it's just like later on in the movie when we're in Brazil, but then we're suddenly in Guatemala.
Yeah.
So it's fun.
But
It's just fun.
they also do they give a throwaway line in the helicopter ride where he says, or where Corinne says, "Oh, he had this villa recreated from France, and they brought all of the masonry and bricks over, and
Yeah,
so it's a perfect
that's the reason, because it's like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
so they took apart. So the idea in the movie is that they took apart this beautiful mansion and they rebuilt it perfectly with the same bricks. I always thought
Yeah.
that was kind of funny. For a for a plot point in this film.
Oh, for
Oh,
sure. But
yes.
it's one of those throwaway lines that they give about villains just to show how absolutely. Oh, of course
Yeah.
he does. He knows 17 different languages, and he had a sword fight with Darth Vader. And it's like, oh wow, this guy must be important.
Well, this is also an era, we're talking about late 1970s, so the idea of billionaires and how rare they were
Oh
and
yeah.
what we knew about them was considerably different. So anything now seems like a gross exaggeration of what that kind of wealth controls. Nowadays, they just build things 5 times as large underground and no one would even know about it, sort of deal. So like wealth and how it plays out in these, I was always leaning on willing suspension of disbelief, particularly in the
Yeah.
viewings as an adult. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and you also do, like, again, just in terms of storytelling, having that setup and payoff, it's like, well, if he could afford to have this recreated in California, then yeah, I guess he has a space station and a fleet of 6 shuttles.
Or a pyramid in Brazil.
Yeah.
So that's the one I like. Then there's the
Stolen
Joker
shuttle.
in the chat. Yeah. Hail and evening or morning. Morning at this point, says Kronos.
What up, Joker?
Sure. Well, some roller
We're-
coasters have quite a few G's. And oh, what is that? Well, okay. No, I'm not going to start with looking up roller coasters, but roller
Yeah.
coaster is the way that I get to experience extra G's. I've been to 120, so that's 5 G's.
Huh. I don't know what
Mm.
the maximum G-force that I've ever encountered before.
Yeah.
I've never measured.
Adults are here.
Adults
There
are
a
here.
few. So, of course, James Bond is searching around. He's snooping, and he asks her if there's a safe, and all she does is glance, and that tells him exactly where it is.
And we get another awesome Q gadget.
Yeah,
With the X-ray safe cracker.
Yes, in a cigarette case. And
Oh
that's
yeah,
how he
that's
breaks.
also a thing. James Bond doesn't smoke in this.
Oh, he has cigarettes.
Like the last time that he smoked, I think, was in License to Kill. And because Connery smoked cigarettes, so did Lazenby, and they switched it up. And very rarely, I think only once or twice, Moore has a cigarette. Most of the time, he's smoking cigars. But he doesn't smoke at all in this one.
I love when the little view screen eventually comes up so you can see how he uses this case to see inside the safe and unlock it and break into the wall safe. It's pretty cool.
Mark D with the C is here.
Mark D with the C. Jill just GM'd you some Moonraker clips we used on Toxic Tuesday. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Well, let's see if I can go grab those while James Bond snoops in the safe and finds the plans to Drax's ultimate goal. See. That's a little difficult though. It's like, do I download all these videos? Let's see.
Well, and just to
a Google
Mark
Drive.
D with the C
Okay.
says, "Hi everyone, Dolly had braces." So we have
Dolly
don't forget to vote in the poll.
Braces. Well, and before I ever watched the movie, I had Clobby telling me this, and so that definitely did influence me. But how do I download all of these? Let's see.
Kat, what is your? We're
I've
going
got
to
to
talk about
download
this
some videos.
at length, but
A
what is
brief
your? I'm
intermission.
sure you've told me before, but what is your view on Dolly having braces?
She never had braces.
Thank you. I'm
It's
good.
just that it's such an obvious joke that everybody's like, how is that not the thing? And people have actually confronted the actress at conventions. She hasn't done many, but they're like, you had braces, didn't you? She's like, no, we never put braces on. It's like, they must have used visual effects to pan it out. She's like, no, I never wore braces.
That's yeah.
And it's funny because she's told stories about how fans would come up to her that way. And I'm like, that is crazy. But yeah, it's like the most famous, probably Mandela effect I can think of. The one that's most widely known, at least.
And if there is some psyop behind, she had them, but they edited them out or whatever. I mean, the American Dental Association is a huge lobby group. There's no way that they would have allowed that to happen. They would want to encourage as many braces in 70s kids, and I became one of them within a couple of years of this film, as it was anyway. But I totally believed it. I wished it into being, I guess. But when you look at the still shots of when she's looking up at Jaws in that scene, she has gaps in between. It's a beautiful smile. She has just enough gapping in her teeth that maybe that adds to the illusion for people not seeing that there are brackets there, but there's some, something beyond the whiteness or in addition to it, I guess I should have said.
Yeah.
I think the thinking.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, shit.
I think their thinking was probably, well, Jaws has bright, shiny, because the reflection off of his steel teeth is so bright. And so she's got these bright white teeth. And so they probably thought that would be a good joke when she smiles, because at first he's kind of, uneasy about whether or not he should open his mouth all the way. But it's like, no, giving her braces would have been the better option.
Okay, and while I need a few more things for you guys to talk about as I'm uploading these videos, I'm almost done.
Okay, while you're talking about that, I always forget the henchman Chang in this movie. He's actually pretty good, but Jaws and just the absurdity of things that happen just kind of overshadows him a lot, and he's a name that doesn't really pop up a lot on Bond lists for henchmen, but I think he's actually pretty good. And he's another silent henchman, which I guess doesn't help because he doesn't get to say anything, but I do think he gets overlooked a lot on like Bond ranking lists. I certainly don't remember talking much about him when Scotty and I reviewed this film.
No, we didn't really talk.
I think Chang is maybe Oddjob's nephew or something like that. Sympathetic.
Oh, I like that idea.
And I looked up real quick the the blast off rides that are usually I don't know, like 10, 15 stories high at least, that they just at an amusement park where they just shoot you straight up and then bring you back down kind of thing. They average about 5 Gs. So I think that's a better reference than the myriad of roller coasters that all the viewers may have been able to experience in comparison of G-forces.
Well, and now I'm gonna have to look up my favorite roller coaster is the Shikra. Oh, it's okay. And how many G's does that have? It's at Busch Gardens in Florida. G-forces. 4 G's. So not quite 5. Not quite 5.
What's the big one at Astro World these days?
I'm not sure.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For fun.
That is. You know what? I still don't believe you.
Well,
like
okay.
the entire joke, even without the braces, is itty bitty 4-foot girl comes over. Jaws cannot get the thing off of him, and he goes and pushes and he can't get it off. And so this itty bitty little tiny lady comes over and does. And then she's half the size of him, and then it's like she likes him, which makes her. She likes him, makes him smile. Then she smiles, and then they do one up that joke again later on the space station, where they run towards each other, and she's 3 apples tall, and he's the size of a totem pole, and it's just like it's the dichotomy between their sizes that was intended to be the joke, and I completely understand. If there's
Well, I think also in that clip you could tell that the light wasn't very bright on her face, making her teeth look a little shadowed, which helps create the illusion that she might have braces. And I think once they cleaned it up on the restoration, it was more obvious that she didn't have braces, and that's what led fans to think there had been some tampering.
I never even thought of
hadn't heard
that.
that.
And yeah.
Okay, so and there we go. That makes sense. Do with the C. That's someone
Yeah,
who
thank you,
added the
Mark.
braces for a joke. Yes. Thank you so much for sharing. That was the whole point, says Canadian Spider-Man. What is baseball, says Cronus. I'm not sure why. I'm just looking through the chat.
It's linear.
The most popular sport in Japan.
Oh yeah, that opening skydiving scene. I think they got over 100, like somewhere between 70 and 100 jumps, I think, to complete that scene. But that's cool, and they used to do that stuff for real, you know.
Yeah,
And,
Definitely.
they did that actually right down the way from me in Napa near Lake Berryessa, which you see in the background when they're coming down. That was kind of cool.
I was streaming with Clobby when we heard about the braces or lack thereof. Played my DVD and mind was blown. What?
Yeah,
Oh.
Mark D with the C. Which way was it blown? Did you have a DVD copy with braces, or were you just always certain that there were braces and then you finally saw it and it was like, nope?
Oh yeah, probably that way.
Because I'll
I
tell you,
always have trust issues.
I'll tell you, when I first watched, after a long time, I hadn't seen Moonraker, and I did watch it, and I was like, wait a second. Like I was firmly in that she had braces. And then as I've done more and more research, and even going through it with Kat on the Phantasmagorium and watching it subsequently, enjoying it, I am like, how much effort would it take in like the early 80s, the mid 80s, to remove any evidence of it?
Mhm.
Oh, did
Mark
sleep?
C says no braces, always certain they were there. What the F? Yeah, that's everybody I ask. And in the chat, I have a poll. 60% say they saw it in theaters and saw braces. And it goes down from there.
Well, we'll find out at the end of the movie.
I've
Okay, so
owned
let's
3
get back.
different versions of this film. One, a VHS from the 90s. That was when they used to mix and match a few of them in box sets. The DVD set that they put out in 99, I think, the 3 different box sets. And then
Yeah.
the Blu-ray set, Bond 50. And now the 4K digital transfers that came out a few years ago. And in all of them, it looked the same. No braces.
Right.
Yes, and that's a
Well-
conclusion I found too, without having bought all of these physical media, is that none of the physical media has the braces. That I concur with that. Not that that helps me.
Well,
Drax
but they
Industries
have
here. We've got some classified information.
they have
I'll
done.
let you finish.
Thanks. They have done other stuff like that, and I was mentioning it to you earlier in the week, Jill, in terms of in Dr. No, when Bond goes to Strangway's house and there's a picture of Strangways and Quarrel, and he asks who's the boy in with Strangways, because boy would have been a common reference to a black guy in the 1960s, but subsequently they edited it, and it says who's the man with Strangways now. But if you read the lips of Sean Connery, he's obviously saying boy. And I swear I have seen the one where it's like, who's the boy with Strangways? But I've never been able to find that that copy. I think it
I
would have
think
been on the
also
VHSs.
the braces thing is a little bit belabored, but this just occurred to me. Okay, so when I saw it in the theaters, I was 9 years old. These are 45-year-old memories.
Yeah.
So what some of us, and the preponderance of people who are saying that the braces were there, were those that saw it in theatrical release. And I think, I mean, at least what I'm doing is I'm giving a willing suspension of belief in my memories to some degree on this. But I relying on 45 years, depending on the age that you were, we're not relying on really great well-focused memories of things, particularly for what would have been a relatively small detail at the time. Now, if there was this huge group of, you know, adolescent girls who remember seeing it in the theater and related to that particular character kind of thing, maybe they could start the mass movement, but I don't think it's there. I'm willing to leave it behind.
It's gonna come up over and over and over and over and over.
It's very healthy of you, DJ Play Nice.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Very mature. I cannot say that I am there, but I also wasn't there. And I'm listening to all these people who were. And anyway, let's continue. So we've got the secret plans from the safe, leading James Bond to the next clue regarding the Vanini glass. And this is classified information. And of course, he uses his itty bitty camera that says 007 on it to take pictures.
Okay. I know this is you. You're absolutely correct. This is belabored, and I do have to highlight Spidey's chat here. We didn't watch that many movies in the theaters back then. It was a memorable moment, and so I'm just curious. When you went to go see the James Bond movie, where he goes to space and there's a giant laser gun battle, when you walked out of the theater, you were like, "Huh, that girl with the braces was cute."
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I believe that some people thought that because she was unique. Oh, hey, welcome back to Jet Sparks. We lost you for a little bit, but I'm glad you made it back.
Sorry, I think my computer just kind of like froze on me for a minute there.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you're able to fix it and return. So, thanks, Scotty. So
I like
that's
the fact that the camera says 007 on it is something that like toys for kids would have had, like Bond toys would have had back then.
Oh, sure.
Plastered his number on every little gadget that you could buy, even though usually that's not the case in the movies. But nope, in this one it actually has his number on it.
I think it's funny. And then he puts everything back in the safe, including the camera, and I'm like, wait, what? And then later on he has all this stuff, and so he wasn't supposed to put it back in the safe.
Yeah, especially not the camera.
I was confused by that. And then later on he has the plans. So I don't normally notice production errors, so that's my one.
Well, Kat, we talked about this on our review a while ago, but what is this movie a remake of in terms of another James Bond movie? Is it Thunderball or is it GoldenEye or Goldfinger?
Neither. It's kind of like another version of Spy Who Loved Me and You Only Live Twice, where the bad guy is stealing something. Like in You Only Live Twice, they're stealing satellite or rockets with the astronauts in them and stuff. In Spy Who Loved Me, they were stealing the submarines, and in this one, they're stealing the shuttles. So they could engage their world. They're except in You Only Live Twice, the villain wasn't planning on blowing anything up. Is treating kind of like war. Whereas Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker, it's hell bent on both those movies, Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker, back to back, basically have the same plot, where the villain wants to destroy all of the human race for their own utopic purposes.
Yes.
Great.
Copied again in the Deep Space Nine episode, which I want to review too, also one day.
And that's something that Scotty and I didn't get into it very much, but the Bond movies were constantly copying elements of the various plots from their other Bond movies and recycling them and trying them again. Like Skyfall is an updated version of The Man with the Golden Gun that takes a bunch of stuff in the world is not enough, and so on and so forth. So they have a history of just, well, if the formula worked before, let's tweak it a little bit and do it again.
So Chang sees her leaving the safe room, and that he's going to tell Drax.
He's going to pass a note.
And so the next day they're hunting pheasants.
But this is a reason why I kind of see it as being like a greatest hits, because this kind of reminds me of the golf in Goldfinger.
Yeah.
It's like, let's go play sports.
And even though I'm less knowledgeable about this stuff, I could tell just by researching this particular movie that there was some aspects from other. They were saying there were other unused ideas that were used in this movie, and unused ideas from this movie used in other movies. So there was a lot of trading, also, as well as lifting.
I'm glad you brought that up too about how Bond's actually playing sports with the bad guy. That's something that they used to do a lot, and they haven't done that in a long time.
Well,
Yes,
yeah.
and there's also a trumpet playing brass notes from also Scratch Zarathustra. I don't know what that is. Oh.
Also, Sprock
Oh,
Zarathustra.
2001.
Yes.
2001
Yeah.
A Space Odyssey. Of course I know what that is.
Well,
I
and
just didn't know the name of the song.
yes, and absolutely correct in the pronunciation, DJ Play Nice. And Jill, I didn't even attempt to correct you because every time I ever say it, I always say it pretty much the way you do. It's no shade on the correct, and also no shade on the incorrect. That is one title of a song that I am completely comfortable with fucking up. Also, Sprach Zarathustra. Yeah. The 2001 song. It's great.
Yes, the 2001 song is how I know it.
And that's why you and I are Luddites. Not Luddites. What's the word for people who are uncultured?
I don't know.
DJ Play Nice knows.
I'm too uncultured to know the word.
That's it.
What's the word? Could you repeat it?
Troglodyte.
Troglodyte. Nice.
I'm in.
A prehistoric creature who is not yet extinct. Okay, so
A stalactite.
So there's
Eugene Bird is here.
Eugene Bird in the chat. Hello. We see Eugene Bird as we are shooting birds, but we will not be shooting Eugene Play Nice because we like this bird. Bond movies were great. Thought this one was a little cheesy. Hail Anti-Derivative, Jill, Cat, Canadian Spider-Man, Scotty R37, DJ Play Nice, Kronos, and the gang. Hello.
Boom, boom.
Hope you're doing well. I miss good Star Trek too, Kronos, which is why it's great that we're going to be getting some stuff not made by Secret Hideout. We'll see how they do. I'm excited. Maybe Dolly had Invisalign.
That's what I was thinking.
There you go. That makes sense. Can we get them to declassify the information? I must know for sure. Certain. And hello to Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. Great to see you here.
Hey.
And
yay.
only who stole my submarine?
That would have been Strombold. Is that his name? Strombold? Who's the bad guy in The Spy Who Loved Me?
Stromberg.
Apple 2GS.
Terrible spy.
Hello.
Hey.
Just checking the chat because you guys are very active. Sorry, I lost connection. Having trouble. Oh, no. Oh, staying awake because you've been up since 6. If you do have to go, let us know, Jess Sparks. So I know that you didn't fall over in your chair and pass out or something.
Yeah, don't drown in your beanbag chair. I don't know why. Fuck my mind. Sorry.
And Mark D with the C remembers that Han shot first.
Han shot. That's it. He didn't shoot first.
And that's what Spidey says. So I don't have to read that one. And there you go. Then we're all caught up here.
Sweet.
And James Bond is entering the hunt.
See, this is something I find that when people say it is kind of like parody, I find this to be a moment of, oh, yeah, no, it's fine. You killed a guy. You can go.
Yeah, well, if he admits that it was him who had that guy trying to shoot him, then that'll be like, oh yeah, yes, I am trying to kill you. I guess maybe he doesn't want to admit it. I don't know.
Well, but it's just
he lets it go because they want to pretend it never happened.
Like, if you want to set it up, like the reason, okay, so we got bad guy trying to kill Bond. Bond is just that his perception is 10. And so he's just absolutely, he can pick out his enemies in trees from 100 yards away.
Yeah.
And then, and he knows that he's going to be murdered. It's not just a guy who's hanging out in a tree for whatever reason, like fucking George McFly. And then, he shoots him.
Yeah, he misses the pheasant and just shoots the guy who's about to shoot him.
And it's like, you missed, and then the man falls out of the tree. Does no one notice that he fell out of the tree? Like, he killed a man in full view of at least 20 to 30 people, and everyone's just like, he's bested us, I suppose. And it's like, what? That's not how law works.
Yeah, I could explain away why Drax lets it go, but you're right. Everybody else would probably be more emotional about it.
Clarence is dead. What was he doing there?
Well, he lets it go because there's a bunch of other people hunting with him, and we don't know if they're actually in on it, if they're just there,
Right. So shouldn't they at least be startled?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not showing weakness in front of their leader.
I guess, because he's going to have somebody climb up in a tree and shoot them next time we go hunting.
That is a bit of scaling up. Like in Goldfinger, it's like, no, I'll just cheat with the golf ball. And Drax, no, I'll cheat by having a guy in the tree ready to kill my opponent.
Yeah.
And the look on Drax is
basically, oh my God, he James Bond's all over the place saying, like, yeah, no, I just killed your guy.
Yeah. But another interesting
oh my
thing.
God, he killed Kenny.
Yeah, but I want to ask also,
bastard.
Has shooting been has it been like outlawed or something?
Pheasant shooting? No.
Yeah. Well, I figured, animal rights activists would be kind of like going on that because you're basically just breeding those birds to just be shot.
Yeah, but well, come on, we breed chickens just to eat them.
True.
Geek footnote on the shotgun that Drax is using, Holland and Holland side by side.
What's the footnote? Oh, the footnote is what the gun is. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Apple IIgs, I distinctly remember the braces, but why haven't any VHS or 35 millimeter surfaced on the internet? The whole thing is maddening.
There are videos, quote unquote. So there is evidence out there for the people who want to believe it.
Mark D with the C says Dick Cheney was also in Moonraker. Rest in peace, Dick Cheney, who instead of shooting a quail, shot his friend.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
And his friend apologized.
Which is really like, why would you apologize for getting shot? I don't know.
Because next time Dick Cheney won't miss.
Oh God. Yeah, but he'll forever just be known as the guy who just got shot by him. That's all he'll ever be known as.
I wonder if he's still alive. I don't really.
No, he passed away. He passed away.
Not
recently.
Dick Cheney, the guy who got shot.
No, he passed away. He passed away.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't know about him.
That was newsworthy too.
No, I think it was more of a footnote. I think
it was newsworthy that he didn't die when he got shot.
So once again, Bond escapes and doesn't die. So second murder attempt also fail. But unfortunately, the next murder attempt is against Corrine, and that one does not fail. And they misuse these animals as these Doberman pinchers.
Yep.
As murder weapons.
Which I'm happy with.
Yeah, they stick them on her. But I think there's a little thing you should notice. Like in the scene where she's starting to run, she's wearing heels. But in like one shot, it's like a blink you'll miss it thing. She's actually wearing like running shoes.
Proper footwear.
Yeah. It's like weird thing.
So why do you suppose she didn't run back to the golf cart?
That's what I was curious about that. Because movie.
Yeah.
Because like Lewis Gilbert wanted to do like a Hammer horror running through the woods Like it's gothic horror of her being attacked by dogs, and it's just one sequence. It's an unfortunate end to Corinne, but
That's a great shot when it goes slow motion like that.
yeah, and when it's all foggy and everything, like the mist through the trees, and I just don't understand why you would wear that dress if you're showing up to work.
Greek letters had something to say about this scene.
Let's see. That was a while back though, I think.
Oh yeah, but you're right. And I told him I would read it when we got to the scene.
Perfect.
He said, I really didn't like the dog attack. First, they didn't show any gruesome details. And secondly, when you see a James Bond movie, you expect laser sharks or acid pools or amphibian piranhas.
Amphibian piranhas sound terrifying.
Are those sharks with laser beams attached to their heads?
Freaking laser beam.
God.
Scotty, you should like keep an ear out though for whether or not Zeus and Apollo became part of Magnum because of this film.
Oh, that's
Come on, a pair of them.
Yeah, that's a good call. I wonder if they're the same dogs. That's what I'm more interested in.
Okay, we're having too much fun. We got to make it to Venice now.
Let's go to Venice.
Yay, Venice.
Yes. The
glass factory.
The one city that's got on my bucket list before it's going to inevitably sink into the Adriatic Sea in about a century.
Well, you got plenty of time.
Yeah, that's true. Within a lifetime. So Franco is his captain who pilots him around, or I don't know. You don't call it pilot, but you know he
Captain,
gondola man,
his chauffeur,
gondolin,
gondolin.
I don't know what the
gondolier.
Gondolier
term.
Is how you say,
the proper term is for a person who
pedals
the gondola, but it would have been added touch where he actually sings while he's paddling him through the canals.
That would be fun.
What's really funny is after Venice inevitably sinks, centuries thereafter, people will think it's the lost city of Atlantis.
There you go.
That's true. Well, but wait, Spidey says it's not going to sink. It hasn't sunk an inch since I was there in 91. And it's an amazing city.
Well, Spirit of the West has a whole song called Venice is Sinking, and I'm going under. So it
if Scotty goes there, it will definitely sink.
Well, no, I'll drown it.
That's my point. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yes. Venice.
Yeah, and so he's got to investigate a glass factory place, also a museum.
That square
would be an
has
interesting
more movies than anything else. I swear.
This would be an interesting double bill if you did this and Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Just get your Venice. Is there a Venice trilogy?
Is there another Venice? Far From Home has the big Venice sequence as well.
So there you go. Do it chronologically. You start with Moonraker, go to Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and then Spider-Man Far From Home. All right.
Oh.
I didn't say it was a good trilogy. I just said it were all based around Venice.
So she tells the sales lady here at the beginning, tells him he can explore wherever he wants.
Yeah, she's an enigma in this film. I am curious about her throughout because this is her first appearance. There is another one, and then there's a third. She is high up in the Drax Industries machinery.
Yes, and he's comparing the glass to the blueprints to prove that he's in the right spot. And they take a look at the museum here, and this is pretty neat because all of the items they were made for this movie out of not glass. They made it out of some other. Oh yeah,
like
this
sugar glass.
This is so fun. Yeah, something like that. I have it here. I'll look at it in a minute. We'll leave it on that. Let's see what it is. They were created by, and this is from the magazine, British experts David Bam and Roy Sears, who worked feverishly for months in a Paris workshop using a formula called Dow's resin, which is so temperamental that it cracks and breaks in half by the time it's handled, even by professionals. And so they worked on 600 art objects to be destroyed later on in the movie. And then, of course, he doesn't just see the tour guide, he also spots Holly here.
A woman.
Yes. And they do introduce the $1 million bowl right there in the middle of the featured right in the middle, which is it's so fun to see that get destroyed later. And then there's a glass sword too, which is pretty cool. But by now, James Bond isn't interested in the museum anymore. He's following Holly. And
Oh, look, it was Samantha from Bewitched.
Was it?
No, it was not. I was being facetious.
Okay.
She
That's
does show
okay, you
up
can do
again
that.
later on too. Like all
She
of these
doesn't
hot
mention-
ladies, they do end up showing up again when they're headed into space.
Mhm. Yes, they do. Yes, everybody. That is cool. The setup and payoff of seeing the same ladies over and over again. And so Holly's addressing a seminar of the European Space Commission. That's what she says. And so, but
oh boy, and here we go.
And here's
so one of the most absurd scenes in the whole movie for me.
Gondola with Franco, but Franco is not long for the world. There's another black boat that it has been waiting for him to.
Yeah. A coffin. Yeah.
A hearse gondola.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's even more, it's very ironic. Yeah, guy. Yeah, it's just crazy how elaborately Drax sets all this stuff up to try to kill Bond.
Well, yes, he wants to kill him in a elaborate way. He doesn't want it to be mundane for whatever reason.
I mean, yeah, Scott Evil would basically say, just do it clean and simple.
Yeah,
but no, just go. But that's the whole point. All the villains either have some elaborate way of wanting to kill James Bond or Austin Powers.
But I want to give a little bit of a caveat of its time, but not necessarily, because usually people say that and they talk about the political things, and the social norms. But this is so of its time in terms of James Bond movies used to be travel logs. Like, part of the appeal of being able to watch a James Bond movie is that you would see things that you wouldn't normally get filmed in this way. And so it was like a way of traveling there without actually having to travel there. So this is like, this is an exciting sequence in the Grand Canal, as Canadian Spider-Man said, because it's not something that was filmed not only regularly, but also not like this. Like, oh, did you want a speedboat gondola? We can do that. Of course you can. You're James Bond. And so there is, while this is silly as all get out, you get to see a lot of the actual location, and then you get to see it sort of turned on its head because of James Bond, which is great.
Yeah, but also I want to go back a little bit to like the guy in the hearse gondola. Yeah, he pops up, throws a knife at Federico. He goes down and he's dead. And James pulls out gets one of the knives and throws it back at him, and he falls in, and now he's dead for real in the coffin. Very fitting, actually.
It's great.
It really is.
I think so.
It is. I like that too. Thank you, JetSparks. And of course, we see that the gondola is no ordinary gondola. It's got lots of fun gadgets that Q has set up, and so it's got a real motor on it and everything.
So super British technology.
Yes.
Courtesy of Q Branch.
And the the coffin falls into the water.
And a box floating down the river.
There we are.
And it's just got this random guy that's going,
Oh, this scene took 3 weeks of filming. Okay, I knew one of them did.
Oh yeah, and going through crashing, and you got the couple just making out, and they don't even pay attention to what.
That's my favorite part. That made me laugh so much with the gondola being split in half, and they have no idea.
Where was that guy when dude got shot. You just be like, what? Anyway,
I don't know.
there's a lot of these, and I think even we get to see our favorite guy, the alcoholic. He shows up in this scene for
He
the
shows up
second.
in a couple more movies, right?
Yeah, he does. He shows up in a couple. He always decides to quit drinking, but then goes somewhere else and then starts drinking again. And then James Bond shows up, and he says, "Okay, that's it. I'm done."
Yeah, I love that
Yes.
gag. We're something so outrageous, and someone looks at whether it's drinking is like, I quit. Okay, that's it. That's it. No more of whatever it is I'm doing.
Yeah, or at least this wine in particular has something in it. And apparently it took several tries to get this hovercraft on land from the sea.
Yeah.
And he was on
5.
his last he was on his last dry suit.
Look
Well,
at that
silk
blatant
suit.
piece of marketing or product placement with the martini sign on the back of the guy's chair.
Well, wait till we get to 7
yeah.
Up.
You don't see
Yeah,
a hint of
7
that
Up.
on the back of the few other chairs you see.
Mhm. Yeah, 7 Up did sponsor this movie.
Yep.
We have a few more of those as we go along.
And also, I don't think it's the same guy, but they use the same gag in Superman 2, where there's a guy fishing.
I
and
believe this
when-
guy has also worked on the movie. I can't remember what his job was, but like a crew member or something.
Yeah.
And why exactly does Bond have a gadget gondola with him in Venice? That it just happened to be there.
It was Q's idea.
Yes, that's the reasoning. Let's see. Hopefully nobody drops out. Oh, there we go. If anybody falls out, it's because it's StreamYard's fault. It's not my fault.
Yeah, and that music for the absurdity of it is so fitting.
Yes. And then there's also a cute doggy. There's the pigeon.
Oh, and the dog. Yes, I forgot about the dog.
I do forget about the dog, but yes.
Unimpressed.
And so, oh yeah, and one of the servers is so distracted that he's pouring beer all over a customer.
Well, and I guess that's why I sort of equate it with the sensibility. This is kind of like a Superman 2 in terms of you're building a dramatic moment or a tense action scene, and it's completely just upstaged or undermined by the comedic responses, people mugging at the camera, and it's just like, all right, if this is what you're gonna do.
Yeah, and you also have the obviously sped up shots that just make everything feel more absurd.
Yeah, there's a bunch of the pigeon, but the overcranking of fight scenes has always been a thing that James Bond has done, and they do it in here too when they fight with Chang, when Bond fights with Chang.
And also, again, same thing with the flight simulator too.
Oh, was it overcorrect? Well, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it looks like I think it moved normally, just sped up to give the appearance that he's moving a lot faster than he should be.
So one of the Bond villains falls out of the boat, and I thought of this.
James Kent, Earl, he is struggling battleship.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh man,
Okay,
I love
checking.
Battleship.
Let's see what's going on in the chat. There's some things going on, and I want to make sure I see everybody who stops by, even if I'm not able to read everything. Dr. Goodhead is the only woman who can kick ass in this movie. Well, she is one of she can kick ass, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah,
And she does mostly at the end though. Mostly in space.
Yes.
She tries a little bit beforehand, but she succeeds in space. And I didn't drink when I was 19, so I have no idea on the beers in Italy. Interesting.
If I were in Italy, I don't think I would go for the beer. I'd probably be more wine.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
and I'm
so
just looking at the chat here, and Spidey definitely has a lot of travel knowledge you need to know.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Go check out his channel.
Apple 2GS hasn't seen Moonraker since he was a kid. He says, I should add it to my rewatch list. Or just do a Bond rewatch marathon. Just missing the 1987 and 1999 films.
Huh.
Living Daylights, A World Is Not Enough.
yeah, that's a movie I
Thanks,
also
Kat.
watched recently too.
I just watched The World Is Not Enough last night, coincidentally.
Yes, the guy with the wine is also in The Spy Who Loved Me. He has a similar reaction. And yeah, his name is Victor Torjanksi.
I feel like he's in For Your Eyes Only as well.
Yeah, there's one more that he's in.
Oh my God.
Bond always prepared like a scout, of course. Q had a gondola ready for him. Or in the production, they call it the Bondola.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And I mean the goofy comedy stuff. Talking about when they did that at the start, Moore's films are just in Moonraker onwards. When
Well,
did
they
that
had
start?
that
The
gag, as
goofy
we
stuff.
mentioned, in The Spy Who Loved Me before this, but the Moore era in general was known as being a bit goofier. Like Sean Connery was asked about it once on, I think, Johnny Carson, and Sean said that, yeah, Roger's kind of more the parody of Bond.
Oh boy.
Oh, in the
Well, and
chat to
that's
Mars Monkey Max. It's
Hey,
always
Mars.
funner to do a marathon.
3M.
And hello to Orphan Zane. Great to see both of you here.
Hello.
Remember the X-ray goggles?
Oh yeah, that's in View to a Kill. Oh, and also, The World Is Not Enough. But that's also like, and people say that Roger Moore is goofier, and it's funnier, and it is more lighthearted James Bond. Although they do get into some good stuff. Him killing Stromberg at the end of The Spy Who Loved Me, and For Your Eyes Only is a much more serious Roger Moore outing. But when Timothy Dalton came in, that's when he was like, let's take it back to the books. Let's do the books. And so I think that he was, if you're a fan of a more serious James Bond, give Timothy Dalton another run around.
Yeah. I mean, he also was the most mentally prepared for the role. I think he actually had read the original Fleming novels, and probably, I think some people have like said that he's the most accurate to what Bond is like in the books.
I've only read like 3 of the books, but that's how I feel about it. But I just like the intensity and the charm, and I wish there was a little more wit from Timothy Dalton. But it's also like when people say that Daniel Craig is what James Bond should be because it's so close to the book, because Casino Royale is such a good adaptation. But the problem is that Daniel Craig doesn't have any wit. Well, look at Timothy Dalton. You get more wit in Timothy Dalton than you do in Daniel Craig. And then like that would be funny. Who is your funniest Bond? And the answer is obviously Roger Moore.
That is a tangent. Let's get back to
I'm sorry.
the key code. No, that's okay. But I mean, this could go on forever. And so we do want to make a little time here. And so James Bond has to continue exploring the Vanini glass situation, and he finds a laboratory, but he needs to put in a special code, and it makes a nice little tune.
Yep, the same one they used in Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yes. And so he got permission for that. And later on, Steven Spielberg got permission from Broccoli to use the James Bond theme in the Goonies. So they traded.
Huh.
That's
Okay.
interesting. Well, and
Yes, I saw
we've
that
been
in a
saying
video today.
we've been saying for this entire review or recap or whatever we're doing is that this is coming off of the back of Star Wars and the success of Star Wars, but it's still referencing Close Encounters of the Third Kind at the same time. Also, Sprack Zarathustra is in here, so there are obvious nods to science fiction that are happening throughout the film.
Yes, and there's also some lab rats. And
Well,
the
despite all
science.
their rage, they are still just rats in a cage.
Oh, I like that song. So the scientists are using robots to move vials around. And they're also moving them around themselves with this big device here that they have. And there are all these vials of stuff in it. And it's a gas, very dangerous gas that can kill you.
Yep, the neurotoxin. It's a deadly neurotoxin.
Yes, he's trying to collect it. He's stealing some, but he's very haphazard with leaving it in precarious places. And so, unfortunately, he inadvertently causes the death of a couple of scientists in this scene. And they succumb to the deadly gas, but the rats do not die.
How do you feel about the death of these doctors?
Well, assuming
We don't know who
they
they
didn't think
are,
this was just a
so
normal experiment, then and if they knew everything, then fuck them. But
That's how I feel.
I don't remember their accents.
They didn't. Oh, they were the Germans. But
course.
no, like, well, they're Europe. Maybe they were Italian. They're in Venice. I don't know. But yeah, the thing is, I felt bad for them, and I felt that Bond did inadvertently cause their death, but then I forgot that they were the scientists that created the nerve toxin, and so maybe they deserved to die in the first place, and so hooray, kind of thing.
Yes, and it is possible that they didn't know precisely what they were doing, and they just had one piece of the matter, and then I do feel bad about them. Yeah, like Kat, if they knew everything, then they got what they deserved, basically.
Well, but okay, they knew.
No, Scotty, don't defend it. They knew everything, they deserved it.
No, if they knew everything, they deserved it. I agree. But the thing is that even if they didn't know all of it, they deserved it too, because they only knew when it broke. It was like, oh, we're fucked. And so you knew you were developing poison. And it's like, okay, then yeah, that's fine. I don't know. I don't have much sympathy for people who develop poison.
Yeah,
well,
but
in
that's
'79, we're still essentially in the end. We're at the end of the Cold War, so that's why I asked about the accents, because I didn't remember if it was German or anything that sounded Eastern European or Russian. Then in the theater, we were cool with it.
Yeah.
Well, and the craziest thing is James Bond just puts it right in his pocket. Like, okay, this thing could kill me. Let's just put it right in my pocket, and then only glass that doesn't break in the next scene.
Yeah, exactly. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. He takes it before he knows that it's poison. When he finds out it's like nerve gas, that's when he's like, oh shit, I should take care of this. But and then through this, you're absolutely right. And they do make a point every now and then. He's like, how's my little vial of death? Oh, you're fine.
Yes, and Chang, he gets into a fight with Chang. He's got a mask and a big stick, and they're fighting. And James Bond gets the glass sword and takes apart the stick. And lots of violence.
This is something where my suspension of disbelief is completely gone. Is when he gets thrown through, he falls into these glass cabinets, and he's like landing full force on his palms and everything. And it's like he never gets cut by any of this glass that he's thrown through. Neither of them do. Although Chang, he's got more protection on. He's wearing proper personal protection equipment.
Yeah, well, this was the case in a lot of movies back then. They treated glass like it was paper.
Yeah. Or it was just something, it was like if you fell into if you fell into a wall of Lego, and then you'd just be like, "Oh, that was unfortunate," and then you get up, but you're like landing in it, and your face is going through it, and it's like, "Oh no, it's fine."
I'll see you in the future.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's just another example of that. But here,
Breaking
James
glass.
grabs a $1 million bowl and he puts it back. He's like, "Oh yeah, this one is expensive." But then, but then Chang's destroys it anyway. It's hilarious.
Chang in a China shop.
And yes, of course, everything gets destroyed. And he did this all with deadly glass in his pocket that could have broken at any moment during this fight.
I
Yep.
got deadly glass in my pocket, and the other one's flicking a cigarette. Speaking of which,
Yeah, but
Oh,
Jay,
no.
I honestly wish I could. I honestly want to take up kendo at some point in my life too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a
I got,
problem.
oh, you
I'm
got
just
that from
surprised.
DJ Playdays.
Once again, I'm surprised
Nice
that
one.
vial managed to stay intact all that time.
It surprises me too. I am delighted at it. It is fun. Let's see what I missed in the chat. I missed a few things. Let's see. No, the sheriff wasn't in this one. I was thinking about him, but no racist sheriff in this movie. No one here but us pigeons. Oh, penguins. I have pigeons on the brain, obviously. Yeah, it's always funner to do a marathon. Okay, I read that one. Let's see. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody who's arrived here. And everybody's having really great James Bond discussions in the chat, which is great that this brings that about. Do you have a Venetian glass mask? Canadian Spider-Man asks Lemon Pie. Well, no, the lab rats survived Greek letters. The lab rats, this deadly gas somehow only kills humans. So, like, can it detect DNA? We don't ever find out. But yes, the villain only wants to kill the humans, not the animals, the other animals. So he's devised this. And I'm just checking to see. And Nim 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 is here. Hello, Nim Nim Nim. We went to a glass blowing place in Cornwall this summer. In the shop at the end of the tour, I could not stop thinking about this fight scene in the glass museum. Smashing. Of course, that's funny. I'm sure you saw everything being destroyed in your mind. Yeah, the rats were sent out in the escape pod. Yeah, they're okay. The lab rat survived. True story. Okay, so we need to say good night to Jet Sparks. I know that. Okay, so we'll let him say anything that he wants to say about the rest of this movie.
Yeah,
And yeah, tell me anything else you wanted to say today, and then plug your stuff, and then we'll say good night. Let's see if I
yeah,
can figure out how to do this.
yeah. All streamers changes are just insane. But yeah, I mean, Moonraker. I will say the latter half of the film, I like that they tried to depict the space battle as realistically as it could be with our current understanding of science, even at the time. Or the spacesuits, and I know the lasers were kind of over the top, but it still felt a little bit realistic of how a space battle or like armies of men in space, how it would react. And I mean, sure, they get shot out, all of them just fly out into space and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of absurd. But again, I think Moonraker is a decent film, especially like the climax of the movie. And I know again, like the whole Noah's Ark operation with Hugo Drax's plan is also because I mean he got some very, very attractive looking people to help repopulate and make a better human race. but overall, it's fairly good. But I don't. I really am not. I'm like kind of stepped away from YouTube. But I would say just go back through and just look through the catalog of my channel, because I'm mostly just trying to focus on just trying to write more or less nowadays. But thank you for having me on, Jill, Scotty, Kat, DJ. So good to be talking with all you guys. But I know I've been up since this morning, and the thing I was supposed to be doing that early in the morning, it just wasn't happening. I mean, I had to go over to my dad's house and wait for some painters to come by, but there was some schedule mixed up, and I honestly had to like sit through. But I had to get up really early for that. I had to get up early for that this morning, and I'm just like exhausted now, being up all day.
Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to be here, even though you were tired, and you did a great job explaining lots of great things about this movie, and I appreciated your presence, especially since you say you've stepped away from YouTube, but you're hanging out here, and that means a lot. Thank you.
No problem. I'd like to bid you all adieu, and as they say on my channels, I used to say, may God, the Force, and the power protect you always. Bye.
Bye.
Go easy.
And we are for lab rats have higher IQs than you think. Yeah, they are very intelligent. They can solve problems. There's a reason why we have lab rats and why they go through mazes. They're pretty smart. We do appreciate your time. Thank you, Jetsparks. See you later. The Force with you, says Kronos.
See you, Jet Sparks. I'm sorry I missed you. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, he just left, just as you returned. And we went through the fight and the gas did not break, so we're very lucky. And we're going upstairs for some more fighting and the next clue as to where James Bond should go, to Rio de Janeiro.
Where are the slides?
The slides are here somewhere. Here they are. I found
Here we
them.
are.
Thank you. Oh, let me make sure I'm not missing any videos because I didn't make these. And you remember what the next one is. Well, because Mark sent me some. I put them here. Next one will be... Okay, got it. And so, oh yes, look at that. Chang is about to try to choke out James Bond with this chain. But of course, there's more fighting and more flipping people around. And then we get the clock tower and we toss Chang through the clock tower.
Save the clock tower.
Well, and of course, it wasn't the real one. They made this one specifically for this destruction. Because
I always remember thinking this fight went on very long.
It did. It was very long.
Well, and the thing there's no music, and the only sound you really get aside from broken glass is Chang going, ah!
Yeah. He does make sounds.
So I'll stop.
I do this twice because so Chang's entire body goes through this piano. And of course, after killing Chang, he says, "Play it again, Sam." And that's the scene. It's pretty great that they recreated that clock tower just for that.
Which is, it's funny that we're
beautiful.
talking about the Mandela effect and things that never happened. And James Bond does say something that never happened in Casablanca.
Yeah.
Play it again, Sam is, oh, right. Just like, it's not something he actually says.
No one ever says, play it again, Sam. It's like, beam me up, Scotty. No one ever says
Yeah,
it.
that's what I was thinking too. Well, until the movies and until they do. But
When did they?
oh, that's a whole thing.
They never did. They never say
Yeah.
beam me up, Scotty.
Oh, I've got the notes somewhere.
All right, we'll talk about it next time on our actual podcast when we review Star Trek stuff. Usually that's a joke when it's like, and we'll talk about it next week when we discuss the history of the candy floss.
Well, there's Scotty beam me up in the Voyage Home.
Yes.
And this is the Captain beam me up in this side of the paradise, but it's not quite right.
I'm curious if it happens in the Kelvin trilogy, but
That's kind of funny that he does say beam me up, Mr. Spock in the Squire of Gothos. I have a way to look at all the quotes on the website that everybody knows about.
Nice. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown Alliance is here in the chat.
The funny thing is it does this also looks at that's it. It was in the Voyage Home is the one that gets the closest to it.
Yes.
Funnily enough, it is said in Doctor Who for some reason.
Well, they say it in Crimson Tide.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people do misquote that. And who did you say is here?
Mr. Brown Alliance.
Mr. Brown Alliance. Oh my goodness. I hope I'm doing you proud, Mr. Brown Alliance. We've been talking for almost two and a half hours, and we are not even halfway through the movie. I hope you're having a great weekend.
I was just looking up Lois Child's filmography. Obviously, she was in Death on the Nile, this film, but also one of her most recent credits is called Guns and Moses, and it's about a rabbi who becomes a hitman because there's an attack on his community. And so I wrote that down. I do have to see Guns and Moses just based on the title alone.
Guns and Moses, that does sound amazing. It's not Guns and Roses.
Yeah.
And good night to Kronos. Thank you so much for being here. You always provide lots of fun in the chat, even if I don't read everything. I'm internally giggling half the time. And so I hope you have good rest. And let's see, I've got a video for you just to say, oh goodness, why does everybody have to fall out just because I want to play a video?
Crawl out through the fallout, baby.
Goodbye, darling. I'll miss you.
I just like that video. And yes. And PvP has woken up from his nap. Hooray.
Huzzah!
We get back to Holly Goodhead's place where she's living. Or, I don't know if that's the hotel.
Daniel's Hot Topics. That's funny. Just to summarize, come on, Holly, scream for me.
Ching was so loud when he fought. It was like, yeah. But when Holly kicks ass, you never hear a peep out of her. No, yeah, or hey, come on. Holly, scream. Oh, she wants Holly to scream. Okay. Well, anyway, that's a you problem, Daniel.
No, it's not a problem. I get it, and I'm into it. I dig it.
I like this scene a little bit because it's so goofy. Because he meets her and he knows immediately that she's an agent, so he starts finding all of her little booby traps, her little gadgets all over the place. A purse that has a radio, a missile shooting diary, a hypodermic ballpoint pen, which he takes.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I think
they don't show him taking it. I feel like it was they.
Well, he has it later.
He does have it later, yes, and so.
And then she has perfume, but it's really a flamethrower. Every scientist needs a flamethrower. This is the second movie to prove this.
How do you like just in general, like Jill, up until the movies that you've seen, the James Bond movies that you've seen, how do you like Dr. Goodhead?
I like her, but I don't particularly think that they have all that much chemistry.
Yeah, fair enough.
And she's just I she's best when we get to space because she's the astronaut, and so she finally comes out there. I don't know how to
Well,
phrase it.
especially coming off of the
Booby
back of
traps.
Barbara
I hate
Bach.
those. Low Spec Slimness Gaming has rated this stream. Thank you so much for that. Oh, that's much appreciated. That was if Jill was a Bond girl, what would her name be? I don't know. I'll let you figure that
Anti-derivative
one out.
Jill. She wouldn't be a Bond girl. She'd be a Bond villain.
Ooh. Yeah, villains are more fun to play anyway.
You'd be like Electra King. You'll find out who she is in about 10 weeks.
And so anyway, James Bond finds out that she is a CIA agent who is undercover and Drax's employee. And so they agree to work together with the understanding, and I'll play a sound clip from this portion of the movie. I think it starts right
Agent
here.
Honeypot. Hey, Angie Miles, and welcome our Rumble viewers.
Oh, Rumble viewers, that's fantastic. Oops, you guys cannot hear it because I have muted my screen so I can play other videos. So now I have to unmute and play it.
Cooperation?
Maybe.
Trust?
Out of the question.
Yeah.
I did like that. NG Miles, thank you for being here. And also Amelia Faye Lee. Great to see you. Yes, Green Siren. Great to see people from Rumble. Really, it is. Nice. Wait, what? Oh.
Don't worry about
it. I'm not worried. Anyway, she so they have further cooperation. He knows that she's leaving, but she denies it. And they agree to work together, but they won't trust each other.
See, and because this was like my second Bond movie that I ever saw. And I don't know, there was something, I would have been like young. And I didn't really care for Honor Blackman. I more liked Tilly in Goldfinger, and Lois Chiles as Holly Goodhead. I was like, she's pretty when I was a young boy. And and then subsequently I got to know other Bond girls, obviously vicariously. But I did. I like Holly Goodhead. But as I go back and
I'm going to be back in
it,
just a minute.
as I rewatch it, it ends up being like a saltine. She's just she's bland, and as Jill said, a little like the chemistry isn't necessarily sparking when it comes to her interactions with Bond.
Moore said that was like the roughest sex scene of all of his, though.
This one?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, did they not get along on set? I hadn't heard anything.
No, he said all the blood rushed away from his head.
Oh, that's funny. Well, yeah. I guess what is it? Workplace the It's the downside of having to have such an awesome job, I suppose. Do the Evolution is here. Hello, Do the Evolution. Hello to Jill, Scotty R37, Play Nice Cat, and how are you doing tonight? Very well, very well. We're on our way to space, so that's always a good thing. And yeah, Mark D with the C says that's not supposed to happen. They have a pill for that. No, they have a pill to make it so that all the blood rushes away from your head. Reminds me, I have to call my pharmacist.
Well, Moore was like in his 50s.
Was he in his 50s here? I guess, because he was like what?
51.
Early
40?
mid, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And I don't want to. I just sort of positing here is that I've heard a theory that you fall out of love with James Bond once James Bond is younger than you. And so I am curious. The next James Bond may lose me because he's younger. I think that it is. Sorry?
He was 50 in this movie.
Well.
Okay.
He was born in 1928
Thanks.
and they filmed it in 78.
He's still older than me at the time of filming in this movie.
Thanks for covering while I stepped away. I am back
I rambled.
now.
I didn't do much.
You rambled? Oh, but you were talking about Bond girls, which is never going to be a bad thing.
True story. Thank you.
So that should be good. And more is our age, DJ. No need for pills if she's hot.
Like in the 80s.
Oh, Spidey. Goodness.
Oh, 80s women.
So she's pretending to be asleep, but she's not really asleep. She calls for her bags because she's leaving to Rio too. Of course, we're not supposed to know that yet.
Well, like, how did he know where her hotel room was?
He stalked her, maybe.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, he did. He was stalking her earlier, and also he knew that she was at a conference. No,
This is great.
Detective. He can figure this out. He's an agent. I buy it. It is great. Okay. Yes. So they go back to the secret laboratory, however you want to say
Laboratory?
it. I was just thinking of a different. That's how Dexter's lab says it. So
I don't.
Yep.
I didn't watch that.
So they all put on gas masks to protect themselves from the dangerous gas in the laboratory. But when they open the door, it is no longer a laboratory. It's the funniest thing. Everything's gone. And Drax is just here. It's kind of goofy and funny. Well, it's like one of those things where you tell somebody you saw a ghost, but it's not there when you tried to show them. Or you saw Michigan Frog singing and dancing, but now he's refusing.
I've never understood the sense of humor of the English. Forgive me.
Okay. Oh,
every
yeah, that's
time,
right.
Every time I look at him, I think of Droopy Dog. I love Michael Lonsdale. I like him better in what's the De Niro car race movie?
I don't know.
I don't know
it's
either.
De Niro and Michael Lonsdale, and I think Jean Reno is in it.
Ronan,
that's the one. He's in that, and he's great in that, and I like him better in that. And then I like him a lot in Oh My Stars. He was in something else that I saw, and it was like, you're great. And so, yeah, but in this one, he is Droopy Dog.
Yeah, he's very stiff, like he's totally detached from the rest of humanity.
Well,
and he is. So
yeah,
he is. But the thing is that as an actor, you do have to convey some sort of emotion. and his monotone becomes a little, I don't know. He really doesn't kick into gear until the very end. Like even Stromberg was more menacing in The Spy Who Loved Me.
Well, he's muted until he's talking about what he's passionate about, which is all the genocide and recreation of Earth in his image because he is supreme. And anyway,
and French.
Frederick Gray is so embarrassed that 007 was made them look like fools.
Well, and that was also a nod to the novel, and it was like, you better be right about this, Bond. I used to play bridge with Drax, and the thing is that was the impetus for meeting Drax in the novel. And there is a very detailed explanation in the book on how to play bridge, and so it's a nice callback to the source material.
Bridge.
No, but
that's
seriously,
funny.
they do graphs and everything.
I believe it. I've read Moby Dick, and there's extensive details on the mating rituals of whales for no reason. So that's the kind of thing books do sometimes. But 007 says, no, really, there was a lab, but no, he doesn't say that. But he has the gas, and he says, have Q check this out. And he will.
Well, but
be careful. It's very dangerous.
No,
it's funny how they both just prefer to think Bond's crazy rather than trusting him.
Well,
like
when you're undercover, you might as well go deeply undercover.
Yeah, I can kind of buy Frederick Gray because he's a diplomat, not believing Bond, but M should trust him.
M does trust him.
Good.
That's why he says, okay, well, then we'll get you off the trail of Gray, and you should take 2 weeks leave of absence. Where do you want to go? I'm going to go to Rio. Oh, yes, I believe you mentioned it. And so it's like you're continuing the mission.
Well, in the vial of deadly gas also helps with the credulity in that sense, too.
Evidence is important.
Meanwhile, Drax knows that he lost a bodyguard, so he's got to get a new one. So we don't know it here yet, but the end goal of this is that he ends up getting Jaws.
I do think that this is the impetus for Austin Powers as a whole. Like I've even sketched out a story called Henchman. And it is so comedic that it's like, oh, well, if we could get him.
Well, and it might be why I really love The Spy Who Loved Me. And I really love this one too. It was because when I was a kid, I only watched Austin Powers. So that's what happened to me. And we see that Jaws is on his way to Rio.
Yes. And Richard Kiel is so good. Younger people in the audience will remember him from being the guy with the nail in the head from Happy Gilmore. But like he's so good here, and because the director's granddaughter didn't want, or the producer's granddaughter didn't want the big man to die, and they bring him back, he is a comedic presence, but also menacing. Like people love Jaws, and every time we see him, he's, killing people with his teeth.
It's killing people with his teeth, using them as a tool. And James Bond lands in Rio, and there's
Did Air France have a Concorde? I'm assuming they did because I just saw a Concorde with Air France on it.
Well, and apparently he had an illness, so he had to reschedule shooting. Anyway. First, we see where James is staying. It's a very extravagant, the presidential suite of the hotel room. I guess we got it. Oh, yeah, there's the lady taking pictures. He's going to meet her again.
Which doesn't make like this is just building false tension because it's kind of a callback to Dr. No. And with the we're spying on you, and then all right. But then you get to the hotel and she's sitting there and she said, "Oh, I was sent here by M, and I'm part of another intelligence organization from Brazil." And it's like, "Oh, M thinks of everything." And it's like, "Well, why were we suspicious about you 40 seconds ago if you're just going to show up and start making drinks?"
Well, it's also like a cartoon too. She gets there first.
Oh yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, love it. Still not unhappy.
I love it too. Yeah, like every time I hear a complaint about it, I'm like, yes, and
yeah.
Vodka martini? Shaken, not stirred.
She is Manuela. And she's also a secret agent for South America. And he learns about C&W, which he got as a clue. She knows they mean Carlos and Wilmsburg, and they have a warehouse. And then he takes apart ribbons.
Oh yeah, this is scoreboard Bond banging 2.
Yes.
This is a great sequence too.
Yeah, and then they have 5 hours to kill. Yeah, so they do the ribbons, and then they'd go to the festival.
They do the ribbons. That is a new euphemism for coitus that I have never heard.
Well, in this particular case, it works.
I don't want to pursue because I could go on for days.
Yes. Yeah, so
this is nice.
This is
good.
a real annual carnival that they have, but since they couldn't actually shoot when it was going on, they had to recreate it, and they did.
That's a lot of extras.
Yes. Yeah, so they got to have 2 carnivals. Hey, do you want to have another carnival? And everybody says yes. And an excuse to dance and drink and be wild and wear costumes again. Guess it wasn't a problem.
And be in a James Bond movie. Let's not forget. This is also James Bond was a huge deal.
Yes. Yes, and then they do find the Carls and Wilmsburg import warehouse, which is what they're actually trying to investigate.
Well,
that's
in the world. Oh, okay. And then also we have the creepy clown.
Yes, the creepy clown. There he is.
This is an excellent sequence.
Yes.
It is, because Bond is doing his searching around and she's stuck in the alley waiting for him. And it is really creepy.
Yeah, the minute I see the clown coming, I'm gone.
Yeah, me too. She just waits. And he's approaching so slowly. I would get the F out of there.
Does Manuela have a gun?
She should. She's in the CIA. Why didn't she?
Well, she's in an intelligence agency for Brazil.
She has a knife.
That's no good.
No, you don't bring a knife to a fight.
A Jaws fight.
A Jaws fight. Exactly.
Yeah. Jeez. Well, even a shark can't take him down, so what are you going to do with a knife?
Oh, that's true.
That's just one tooth. But you do think that he's going to kill her in this scene.
Well, and what did you say? It's like Jaws is a vampire.
Yeah, I did. I sent that message to you. It just feels that way. It has that kind of feeling where he's reaching for her neck in that kind of intimate way.
Yeah, but if you had like steel teeth, where would you bite someone to kill them?
That makes sense. That's where an artery is, or the wrist or something. The neck makes sense.
Like, you can't really do, like, you can Mike Tyson and bite off an ear, but that's not going to kill. Yeah, do the evolution says in the nuts, but
Oh
the
wow,
thing
she doesn't
is,
have any.
she has no nuts. Also, it looks really, it's not convenient to just go biting at people between their legs for the sake of murder.
And he doesn't want to do it in front of people because when a party of people approaches, he just pretends like they're having fun.
Well, and also his face is going to be covered in blood.
And she
True,
doesn't
and
call for help really from those people when they're going by.
No, Manuela sucks. She's good looking, but she's worse than Goodnight.
Yeah.
well, yeah. But lucky for her, James Bond sees this going on. He leaps to her rescue.
Yes.
Because her little knife can't do anything. And he jumps
This
right on
is-
top of Jaws to stop him.
This is something that I think that because it was certainly my first Roger Moore movie that I ever saw, was every time he saw Jaws and he did that cute smile, I was like, oh, he's the funny one. Like, I always just remember that. And when I rewatch it and he does, every time he sees Jaws and Jaws shows his teeth, like, there does come a point where it's no longer a threat. They are literally just smiling at each other. And James
Yes,
Bond
and
had
that
braces in the original cut.
Oh, lovely, Scott, lovely. That's what I was thinking too. So the crowd does seem happy to drag Jaws away to the party.
I like how he's like, I want to get back to do the murder. And then he realizes that he can't. And then he's like, fine. And he's like, hey, yeah, well, yeah. And he's dancing.
Yeah. Speaking of dancing, then we have all of these people in animal costumes playing music instruments.
And this is how I became a furry.
I should have seen that coming.
Yeah, you should have.
Kat, did you have something here?
I was saying the costume in the middle there looks like Snoopy.
It does.
Kind of, but he's a Dalmatian.
I'm impressed that the yellow chipmunk or whatever is playing a trumpet.
Yeah.
And yes, there is a bikini in the top left-hand corner. Of course, that is what I should be paying attention to. But unfortunately, I'm looking at Alvin, Simon, and Theodore doing the fucking cosplay ska band.
Yeah, I'm just so interested in this for no reason. And Manuela asks if Bond found anything in there, and he found Drax Air Fright.
Yeah.
And so she knows that's from San Pierto.
He got a bumper sticker, and that's his
Yeah, he got
clue.
That's his next. He gets his next clue. And we have a party the next morning. So I guess it's just
Ooh,
leftovers
crisp,
from
clean, no caffeine, 7 Up.
Did you see a 7-Up already?
Of
Or is it-
course.
I missed it.
I'm
There's a
pretty
lot of
sure
product placement here.
there must be a bottling plant in Brazil.
Yeah. So Bond takes the opportunity to check things out, and oh yeah, he's looking through these little telescopes. They got to put I'd say a quarter, but probably it was a nickel.
Didn't even look like he had to pay.
No, he didn't have to pay. Maybe they were free. I remember these costume money when I was a kid, but I don't know.
Meanwhile, in Portland, no, I kid. So the thing is, and this is what I like, is that he goes and drops off Manuela because she was like, "Oh, I'll take you to the airport," and he's like, "No, you need to rest." So then he comes here. Really? He couldn't have gone to the airport? He decided to go to the largest peak in Rio so that he could hopefully find a telescope.
Yeah, he wanted to get the lay of the land with the telescope.
Just seems like a weird order of operations because he's still wearing the tuxedo from the night before. He hasn't gone to bed.
True. He knows he's going to the Sugarloaf Mountain. I think that's probably the main goal of the scene. But yeah, I guess you're right. I guess it is a little goofy.
Well, that's fine. Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, Holly's here.
Holly.
Where did she come from? Anyway, let's go ride some cable cars.
Yes.
And so yes. So they have to get down from the mountain. And I guess the reasoning for going to the top of the mountain, of the Sugarloaf Mountain, is so that they have to get on these cable cars.
Yeah.
Get back down.
Why did they go up there? Because movie.
Because we have to have a dangerous scene.
Well, and also I think that this is the dumbest decision that I have ever seen James Bond make. And when he says, "Well, it's better outside than in," and it's like,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah,
Is
I
it?
didn't understand that. Yeah. So Jaws stops the cable car with his strength. And Bond decides it is safer outside of the cable car. Yes, I don't understand that either. I was hoping somebody else could explain.
I think he just doesn't want to be in a glass box dangling over something so that they can, and that's why he says, bring that chain, because he had the plan to use the chain on the cable in the first place. Meanwhile, this is what happens when
Jaws,
you try and open a present with a ribbon on it. Speaking of ribbons,
he bites the cable in half, and in production, this is really a giant piece of licorice.
Yep.
delicious.
It
Black
was,
licorice,
apparently.
though.
I don't really like black licorice, but that he did. He liked it.
I have a theory that only smokers like black licorice.
Only smokers like black licorice. But do you like black licorice?
I do.
Oh, you are a smoker. And so James Bond almost falls out.
This is hilarious. Hold on, James. The thought had crossed my mind.
Yes, that was the good one.
Roger Moore said it better.
Nice.
But that reminds me of, and I guess the opticals are better. Like, I like that shot. I think it looks good. I don't know if it was rear projection or what have you. But it reminds me of him hanging off of the Golden Gate Bridge in View to a Kill.
Okay. Yeah.
You haven't seen it yet, though.
No, I haven't seen View to Kill yet, but I can understand. I can see the pattern here of things repeating. So, of course, bald man knocks out the man at the controls so he can help out Jaws.
Yeah.
And Jaws takes off his jacket and starts shimmying across the wire with his hands.
I don't know if this is inexplicable or if this is just accept it. But, like, where did this guy come from?
I don't know.
Where did he go?
I think
Is this guy's name?
I think he gets killed when the gondolas crash into the building.
I thought he ran away.
Or maybe, whichever.
It doesn't matter. This is it. He shows, Sloth from Goonies here shows up, works the controls, and then leaves.
Yeah, well, Jaws needed help at the controls, and so he shows up for. Yeah, there's no introduction. There's no rhyme or reason, or hey, here's this guy who's best friend.
But
with Jaws,
in The Spy Who Loves Me, he does have like a little bald guy sidekick, but he's dead.
Yeah, Sandor.
Yeah, so I don't know. Everybody's just working from the same pool of talent.
Look how happy he is. Just like you're right with the smile. It's just
I love it when she asks who's that, and Bonds just very dryly says his name's Jaws. He kills people.
Yeah.
Like that's just who that guy is. We don't have to worry about it. Like he's just some random guy.
Oh.
Not he's a hitman or an assassin. No, he just kills people.
It's Billy Barty.
You know him?
Not socially. His name's Jaws. He kills people.
I just thought that was funny.
It is pretty funny. And then there's some more fighting. Or, yeah, they fight. But the fight doesn't last too long.
It's pretty underwhelming.
It's just, yeah.
Like not. I don't mean the stunts in terms of the two cable cars and watching the actual people do the stuff on top of those cable cars. I mean that the actual. It's like, and then Jaws grabs Bond's face for a little bit, slaps Holly, and then they hit him on the head, I guess. And then he falls in, or they push him into the cable car.
Yeah, they push him in.
And that's it. But it takes much longer than it should.
And they lock it. They lock it.
Yes, they use the lock. Way to go.
And then they slide down like a zip line with the chain. Down,
which would
down,
be
down.
absolutely fatal.
Yes. Well, and this scene actually was almost fatal to somebody. I think somebody almost died during the scene. Is that right?
Oh.
Maybe. I can't remember.
Let's see.
That would be an interesting list of all the people who had passed away in production or died, not passed away. That implies natural causes.
I think it was a close call. It was a stuntman who, I guess, something malfunctioned, and he was actually almost falling. Let's see if I can even find his name. I want his name. I think I just heard it, and I want to find it.
Well,
I'm gonna have to look it up later.
Well, they did do a lot of these dangerous stunts back in the day on these films.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it's a real thing.
Well, 80 skydives.
But luckily, here it is, Richard Graydon. Richard Graydon. I wanted his name because he almost died, so it was important to know who he is.
Well, I'm glad he survived.
Graydon. I'm glad he survived too.
I'm sure that he has since passed away.
Yes, well, at least he survived
this. In a lot of these films.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so they slide, and then the bald guy speeds Jaws after them.
From that angle, it almost looks like some of his teeth are missing.
It also looks like some of his fingers are missing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because of the shadows. And so it's a bit of a chase. And they let go of the chain. James and Holly let go of the chain. They're okay. But Jaws crashes into the control booth. That is sponsored by 7-Up.
Yes. Crisp, clean, no caffeine.
Why does that sound like... Why does that...
Wasn't that Jeffrey Holder who did those commercials?
Yeah.
Yeah, Baron Samedi and Live and Let Die.
But it sounds like Code of Honor.
Yeah, it does. Anyway, here we are. Here is what everybody came to see.
Yes, here it is. Miss America. She
Look
can
at her.
move the wheel.
She's Swiss Miss. What is she doing in Brazil?
I don't know. Helping
She's
Jaws.
so stereotypically Swiss.
Yes.
What is she doing here? Is she on vacation? Oh, look at those teeth.
Yes. Yes, those teeth.
Not even a retainer.
I like
Not
when
even
they're,
a
they're playing the romantic music over it and they cut to this, like, Bond has just observed this sweet little rendezvous because Jaws and Holly or Dolly held hands at that moment and kind of, galloped off.
Yeah.
And he's just watching it. It's like,
well, that's strange.
Lemon Pie says lots of Europeans all over South America. Yeah, and you know what we call them? Nazis.
Well, there are.
Well, no, because remember
few.
Hitler lives in Argentina and shit.
Oh no, he's dead.
Oh, that's
Boys
right.
from Brazil. I'm
Yeah,
getting the
you want
vibes.
to believe that? Fine. You can also believe that Dolly never had braces.
Well, and if you know, there is a poll in the chat,
For Nathan's
and let's
baby.
see how many
How
people have.
many people are wrong?
There are 35 votes. 51% say that Dolly has braces, and I saw it in the theater. 11% who saw it in the theater say no. So there are people out there who say that she didn't have braces who saw this movie in the theater when it first came out. And 20% who didn't see it in the theater say yes, but 17% say no. So among the people who have not it didn't get to see it when it came out in theater, it's pretty split 50-50. But it is more profoundly on the side of yes, she had braces for people who saw it for the first theatrical run.
You know what? I'm going to go back to what Kat said about the interview with the actress. And if she said
Well,
no, then
yeah, she said
I'm going to
it's
stick.
true.
Yeah. So if she was
It's
there,
yeah. But all these people were there in the theaters too. But of course, yeah. I think she would remember getting a fake appliance applied to her teeth. And that's true too. So
or
there's a
maybe
point
she
there.
actually had braces at the time. But I am, you
Mhm.
know what? And the thing is, and this is the plausible deniability of the situation. And I think Spidey agrees, is that there is a possibility, however slim, that it was changed because it was implied that Dolly was underage, because adult braces were not a thing in 79. So
Mhm.
They
Oh,
were. They were
yeah,
just
that's
right.
as
incredibly rare.
far as I'm willing to push. But as far as I'm
And that's
concerned, and
fair.
as far as reality is concerned, production, the actress, the impossibility of finding any evidence, she never had braces, guys. Just relax.
Yeah, I think most importantly, the actress herself insists she never wore braces.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
there
I
was
appreciate.
even an official review in a newspaper where one of the reviewers saw braces and he describes them.
Well,
Nothing.
that's then you know what? That's film print or what have you. We do have video that was sent to us by Mark D with a C. Remembering that you saw something is not a
It's
thing.
not good enough
Like,
evidence, I know.
yeah.
But it is a lot of people.
Like, what was it? The thought had crossed my mind. Like, that quote is, I think I did incorrectly, even though I had watched the movie as recently as today. So, your certainty does not define fact. And I say that as a person who is waving my fist into this argument saying, my certainty defines this fact.
I want to say hello to the Evolution 78.
Everybody's doing a brand new
Yeah.
dance now.
Yeah, do the dinosaur. Or walk the dinosaur. Everybody walk the dinosaur. There it is.
It's evolution, baby.
Mm. Yes, and I do hear that Yoshi will be in the new Mario movie. That's
Who's
what the
gonna
people saying.
voice him?
I have no idea. Well, but Yoshi just has to go. So I don't know.
So we're gonna need someone really convincing. Yes, Eddie Vedder will do the voice of Yoshi.
Hmm.
That was a really bad Eddie Vedder impression.
Well, I'm just checking out the chat here because I just realized there were 100 of them, and so I have to see what's going on here.
Sure.
It's all the way
Pedeo
back in Venice.
Pascal.
What did you say that for?
Because Mars Monkey Max. Not pedo, pedeo. It's different.
The E and the R are close on the keyboard.
Yeah, that's fine. It was a typo that I decided to enunciate.
I see. Thank you for explaining. And people are talking about what films they have and what they like, what movies they like. Go ahead and stir it. It makes no difference.
I know, that's right.
5 hours gives you time for sandwiches and a hot tub. Yeah, true. It's a lot of time.
Cucumber sandwiches, Mr. Bond. The only
He did-
thing that England has contributed to Western civilization. Afternoon tea.
Did he really say the only thing? Wow.
Well, yeah.
He's
Does
like
Drax
a
look
psychopath
like a
from
Beatles fan?
Drax. I don't know. No, I guess not.
He's just jumping around. I'd like to be under the sea. No, that was Stromberg. Now that Kat
And
told me
let's
his
see.
name, I'm just using it as much as possible.
Daniel's Hot Topic says, I want to see Holly Goodhead fight Chang, but Bond killed him before that could happen. Oh, poor Daniel.
That's interesting because they would have been coworkers at some point.
True.
Well, they were earlier in the film when she was giving Bond the tour.
Yeah. So I wonder, but she's also CIA who's been sent to infiltrate Drax. And so maybe she's just like, oh, Chang's an asshole.
Yes, I haven't seen View to a Kill. I'm still working my way through Roger Moore. And I just happened to, want to talk about this one.
That's an interesting phrasing of the situation. You're working your way through Roger Moore while Roger Moore is working his way through all of the Bond women.
Oh, that's true. And Apple 2GS says that bald guy was Mr. Instant Henchman number 274.
Clovis.
Right. Did he even have a name?
I don't know.
I mean,
I didn't.
His actor had a name.
He must have. Well, the actor.
They'll probably make up a name for him in the credits, but if he's even credited, probably not. Back in those days, they only credited the above the line actors.
He is Klaus.
Yeah.
And Klaus. Okay. Hey, folks, watching live or after the fact, please consider hitting the like button to help Jill grow this channel. Yes, like, subscribe, all those things do help. They do help because the algorithm likes to be fed. You have to feed the algorithm beast. If you want. You can do what you want.
What a sales pitch. You can do whatever.
Daniel says, I don't like to be pushy. I would have loved to see.
Hit subscribe. Send some money. Buy us things.
Oh, yeah. I like money. Yeah, that's fun too.
Well, but also, most importantly, the thing
up.
is, we are going to be doing something in the near future. And it was a request from a viewer like you. And you should totally, if you want to support the channel, a little financial assistance helps with the StreamYard accounts, helps with the bandwidths. And so, yeah, give it a go. Give it a shot. Send money.
Mark, yeah. Money. Money's good.
Lawyers, guns, and money.
So I can buy my children snacks.
Yes.
So Mark D with the C says Swiss people like warm weather too. Her name is Heidi. Her name is Dolly. Maybe her middle name is Heidi.
Maybe her last name is Heidi. Dolly Heidi. Heidi
Eugene
Dolly.
Bird says, "You're absolutely correct, Scotty R37. Exactly the best moment of the movie. Bond never fought Jaws again."
That's true.
Mm.
No, they do fight later on.
Yeah.
Because then that's when you get to hear the clang when he kicks him
Oh,
in the junk.
yeah. Apparently he's protected down there for some reason.
No, I think that his teeth and his genitals are both made of steel.
Yeah.
That's probably why Dolly digs him. Or at least she found
Goodness.
out.
I truly believe that CERN opened up an interdimensional portal because I remember the braces, says Mars Monkey Max.
I must welcome this lovely one.
Oh, that means a new member. Do the Evolution 78 is a new member to the channel. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Do the Evolution. A member. Woohoo! New member. Yay! Hooray!
Hooray!
Oh, Heidi
Welcome.
as in adorable little alpine girl. I didn't know that. Heidi. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the education in the private
you mean
chat from
Heidi?
DJ Playlist. Yeah,
Like
it is a.
Oh no!
It's
Sorry,
it's like a definition.
I'm getting
a
Heidi and
person.
Pippi Longstocking confused.
I didn't know that, but I need to play a video for Do the Evolution because he's a brand new member. Thank you for becoming a member. Do the Evolution 78. Let's spin a wheel for you.
Yeah.
And super chat, and we'll play a super chat video for you.
There are times that I have worn a suit to bed. I know this is a tuxedo, but I've worn like a black suit to bed with a white dress shirt underneath, and I have gone to sleep in that outfit with the specific intention of looking like Roger Moore in this moment. I just want to wake up looking disheveled in a suit. I love it. I think it's great. I think
once before, didn't you?
I've done it like 3 times in my life. And every time I wear a suit, I almost feel like I'm putting on my very well pressed and dry cleaned pajamas because I am going to be wearing this outfit for the next 24 hours. And whatever happens, happens. And so I like this look. Crumpled suit on a disheveled man. I pull it off really well.
Yes. And thank you to the Evolution once again.
Let's rock and roll.
6.
I like to dream.
Ooh. Very good. Oh no, everybody fell out. I did not mean to do that. I just wanted to play a few more of these.
Either from the whiskey or your laser beam. Or both. I got a 4-alarmed hangover. But I'm ready to make history.
Oh, he's so good in that movie.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
I know people are upset that he's not Zephyr Cochrane, but he's
that
fun.
Corbett fella.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, that Corbett fella. He's a lot cuter, but yeah.
Well, I was very upset that James Bond in Moonraker was not played by George Lazenby.
If it's a Macarena song, we're gonna have a problem. What? Wait a minute. Canadian Spider-Man woke up in the bushes in a schoolyard wearing a dress shirt and a tie with leaves and twigs sticking out. Of course, it was in Japan and my first time trying absinthe. Then, yes, the police showed up. But that was because of the sea turtle. What? Okay, wait a minute, Spidey. You're gonna have to tell us this story later during a bonfire.
I think I got the whole story. I'm happy. Thank you for sharing.
That was because of the sea turtle. That's my favorite part.
which was a style at the time.
The braces were supposed to show that she would not make Drax's genetically perfect standards, and to make it more plausible that Jaws would like her because of the metal teeth. Yeah, bonding over having a metal mouth. Got his bad taste again. Yeah. Well,
And I want to respond to that. Nama 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 na. Scotty, bad take again. First things first, I accept your apology. Second thing
yes.
is no, did you see that she was like 4'5" and that he was a giant monster? And so that's what James Bond uses at the end of the movie to be like, so if anybody's not genetically perfect, you're going to cast them aside. And then Drax says yes. And then both Jaws and Dolly are like, well, this doesn't sound good for us. And James Bond is being all smug, being like, well, fine. It seems that your greatest asset in this, and he doesn't say it out loud. It's subtext, but it's all, it's the charisma of Roger Moore. So, nama, 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 nama. I accept your apology.
Well, and Mark D with the C says, I accept I'm living in a mirror universe as long as everyone doesn't start wearing goatees. I wasn't planning on it.
Oh, but you would look good in a goatee.
Thank you. Thank you to the Evolution for supporting me. And Mark D with the C says, long time to abstain from absinthe and stick to synthahol.
Yeah.
Oh, it is time to stick to synthahol.
Not for me.
That's a good idea. Definitely not a bad idea.
Synthetic
So where
commanders,
are we with this movie?
synthetic scotch.
We're about to fight with some orderlies.
Yeah, I'm gonna go have a cigarette while you deal with the ambulance because this is so just like what?
Yeah, they're supposed to be checking for injuries.
You guys take care of this.
Of course, no problem here. This is for me. Yeah. So they're supposed to, instead of helping, they are actually kidnapping them and tying them to gurneys.
I like how Drax's henchmen are just employed everywhere,
They are everywhere. Well, he owned anything he doesn't own. He didn't want it, as it said earlier.
Yep.
And so they've been kidnapped by these fake paramedics, and Bond regains some consciousness, and he pulls on his little bed here. She's distracting the guard with her beauty, and he's pulling on his bed to make it to the fire extinguisher so he can blind the guard and escape from the ropes. The ropes were not holding him very strongly.
Nope.
And we get a fight. And there's a karate chop. More fighting.
Another 7-Up sign.
Yes, right. 7-Up. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Wait a second.
Bro.
I don't know. There are so many things. So they tumble out. Well, actually, just
what's really funny about these signs? You could tell that they put them up in places where they wouldn't actually exist.
Yes, we get 7-Up. Besides 7-Up, we got Seiko watches, Marlboro. I can never say Marlboro.
Marlboro. They had a pack of Reds in the dresser drawer when Bond and Goodhead were getting ready to roll in the hay.
Yeah.
Nice. So, and then also when we're knocking out this orderly and he gets sent on a gurney, or actually, yes. And he gets sent through, he ends up going through a billboard for the British Airways will take more care of you. And then suddenly out of nowhere, the movie becomes a Western.
Yeah.
Just instantly.
Mike, are we still? See, that makes me think of spaghetti western shot in Spain.
At
Like,
least
are we
he
about
has
to
a
approach
horse.
Sad Hill in the spring?
Mm.
Look, I
In the
think
mouth,
it's
yeah.
Art Stanton in the far back.
Who's in the far back?
I jokingly said, I think I could see the grave of Arch Stanton in the far back.
Oh,
You know, from Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
gotcha. I have actually seen that one.
That's an excellent film.
It is. Engineer Scotty was not a fan of the stuff. Oh, what? Oh, synthahol. No, he did not like synthahol. He needed the real stuff. He knew it wasn't scotch coming from that replicator. I wonder what kind of health plans have as henchmen who work for that guy. Oh, I wonder what kind of health plans henchmen have who work for Drax.
Yeah, who work for Drax, yeah.
Not sure. Well, he's planning on exterminating most of them anyway, so does he really need to take care of them?
Nope.
Check under your bed for Jaws. My goodness. They have a new flavor of Sprite for Christmas. It's not that bad. I might try that out then, do the evolution. Thanks. Sprite, not 7-Up. Henchmen aren't too happy with Obamacare either. I try not to be political, but that's a good one. Cat, one of my favorite Clint Eastwood films I like, Pale Rider, High Plains Drifter, says
Yeah,
do
those
the
are two good
evolution.
ones.
Very good, very good.
But you're
Okay,
right,
so
it is
yes.
very odd that the movie just suddenly became a Western. And like
It
that
was
landscape
funny.
just looks nothing like Brazil. Like where do we go?
I don't know.
But like you said, in terms of this being very similar to The Spy Who Loved Me, is like, why does like Bond shows up and he's basically Lawrence of Arabia at one point, and I don't know why they decided to make him the man with no name. But they did.
And now we're at a monastery, but the monastery is really just a cover for some agents to practice their fighting and new weapons.
This is probably my favorite joke in the entire movie, is that when Bond opens this door and he sees two people dressed up like monks doing like judo, and then when one combatant bests the other, he does the Catholic sort of cross to the person that he has just defeated, and I think that is hilarious. It's just so it's just so Moonraker.
Yeah, I did see that, but
another
somehow
odd
I didn't register. Go ahead.
Another oddity, just because I'm old, is gaucho style was a thing, so maybe it made better sense then. Like gaucho boots and pants and stuff on chicks in the 70s and early 80s was still going.
That's what it is. That's what it is, DJ Playmates.
Yeah.
Thank you for noting that.
Also, everyone here, including the gentleman who throws the bolus 007, is you have the clip. Play the clip. Did you already play the
It's
balls?
just a sound. It's just a sound clip.
Balls cue.
I'm gonna need that as a notification for my text messages. But yeah, everyone in this looks like Lee Van Cleef for some reason as well. Even when they showcase the laser, like the dummy that he's lasering looks like Lee Van Cleef. Everything this scene hates Lee Van Cleef.
Yeah, it is fun to see them working on this. Yeah, the balls do wrap around the guy
Bolus
and blow up.
antiderivative chill.
Bolus? Bolus is like a massive undigested meat. It's a bolo.
Bolo. But the way that Desmond Llewellyn says it, Bolus 007. It's
Okay.
so yeah, it's
They're
just it
very effective bolus.
Bolo,
Bolai?
Bolero.
Bolero.
Ravel.
And I particularly like this one where it looks like there's just a guy just huddling, but really it's not really a person at all. It
Oh,
is
that's not
a
a
machine
person?
gun. No.
I didn't know that
Good.
tent without legs wasn't a person.
Well, no, it
There
has
were
legs. They're
lawn
crossed.
there were like lawn ornaments, and people would have those next to their doors sometimes, like a sombrero drooped down over a blanket, like that kind of thing. They were ceramic, and I remember those being a thing when I was a kid. They're like
Huh.
all over the place.
That's cool.
Oh, I've seen those before too. I haven't seen one in a long, long time. And then, of course, like Scotty said, there's a laser gun. And it melts its target's head.
Looks like Van Cleef.
And not anymore.
Not anymore. Also, I hate that weapon in Goldeneye. I hate it.
Okay.
That's a fun weapon in Goldeneye.
I didn't like it. It always bothered me. I always wanted to use the laser gun, but I never
It
liked
was
it.
only ever in that one level.
Yes.
Oh, you meant GoldenEye 64.
Yes.
Ooh. So anyway, we got the results of the nerve gas about how it doesn't have an effect on animals, which we knew already from seeing the rats. But that's weird because humans are animals, and so the only way that'll work is if there's like some kind of way to check the DNA before murder, before the gas works to kill you. And so apparently they get it from an orchard plant, orchard dace,
An orchid.
And it's nearby Amazoko, and Bond specifies further where actually he brought it back from the area of River Tapirape. I say it wrong. I should have got that pronunciation better remembered. But I always love the paintings and the mirrors turning into viewing devices.
Orchida negra. Very rare.
And he's prepared a means for Bond to track it down. And the means, of course, is a super cool, fancy looking boat called the Q Craft.
I do like it okay, so James Bond knows everything. Every time he's in a briefing, he's like, actually, he's the original internet, actually. But it reminds me of Diamonds Are Forever, where Bond is like, not much. Hardest substance on earth can cut glass, and a girl's best friend. And then Bond is like, M says, well, thankfully, there's one subject that you don't know everything about. And so I like that. But then when it comes back, because obviously there are certain things that you have to do in a James Bond movie. And in this one, M is very complimentary. He's like, well done, 007.
Diamonds Are Forever has a much better theme song. I like that one.
Oh, that's a good question. Yes, I would agree.
So we've got, and so immediately Drax just always knows where James Bond is. So they start blasting powerful explosives at him.
Yes, he does have a space station, so maybe the radars and sensors are really, really good.
Sure, why not? Huh?
He's got security out on the boats too.
Just
Fair enough.
patrolling the Amazon.
Yeah, any relevant areas to do with his plan. And so James Bond fires back some explosives of his own, starting with his mines. And that takes out the first boat. And they're dead.
And they do a little bit of slow motion, and it is fun to watch the dummies that were in the boat just sort of slowly tumble back. Yeah.
And the fact that Jaws is in one of the boats, I think he probably anticipated that Bond was going to show up.
That's true. That's a good point. Yes, the dummies flying is fantastic. That was the second one. And the second one was destroyed by a torpedo that has seeking capabilities of some sort.
Yeah, yes. I did.
Oh, wait.
I was like, really? That would work? And the answer is no. But I do appreciate that they do it.
Oh, there's a torpedo. Yeah, it's a torpedo.
Torpedo
That can find a boat.
away.
Oh, yes. Yes, those dummies were blown up.
And also in the soundtrack, this is I think it's the Little Nelly theme. Ba ba bum 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 bow wow. Ba 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 bum ba bow wow. Anyway, I'll stop.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kat, for that
That's okay.
fucking reassurance.
No, I meant, yeah, that is the music.
And so, of course, the final boat is piloted by Jaws, as Kat said, and it's got missile cannons of some kind. And Jaws also using his gun. And there's a waterfall.
Iguazu Falls. Very famous.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I dig it. I think this is great. But at this point, I think that they're putting in like mini set pieces, like mini action sequences, just to, all right, we have to be exciting. Because as people have mentioned in the chat, it's like, yeah, PvP said, it's like, the first two acts are boring, and then we finally get into the good stuff. But like with this, it's the boat chase is like, okay, I guess we're having a boat chase. And then when we arrive in Guatemala, and it's like, what do you want to do? He fights a snake. Really? Yes.
Yes. Well, because there were the dogs earlier, and now there's a snake. It makes sense.
Yeah.
This villain likes to use animals. A lot of Bond villains like to use animals.
He does say later on, he's like, you continue to make it so difficult to make an amusing death for yourself, 007.
Iguaca Falls, yes. Correct. Okay. And they're going straight for it. And Bond gets his helmet on because it's time for him to do some hang gliding. And they were actually going to have the boat fall over the falls, but apparently it was too difficult. It got stuck, and it was too dangerous to try to get it back out. And so they just used the miniatures, as Scotty said. But Jaws does not have a hang glider, so he goes over the falls.
Well, I think JetSpark said that it was like, Jaws has plot armor. In The Spy Who Loved Me, every time Jaws was defeated and beaten, he always did like sort of a Sam Raimi Evil Dead. His hand would come out of the pile of rubble that he was captured beneath. He's always had it. He's always been an indestructible. He's like a Terminator before the Terminator.
Yes, just human Terminator, sure. not quite a cyborg because all the metal is just metal.
Yeah, it's not like, artificially
Computers.
intelligent.
But anyway, it's fun, and he crashes into a tree like one of Charlie Brown's kites, but he survives.
There is a certain level of, oh, okay, and then he flies off of the I guess he's looking for the place where the orchid is native, and so that's why
Yeah.
he's here.
That's right. One of the things I forgot is that a Jaws boat, the steering wheel comically falls off. So there's a lot of humor here.
Yes. I wonder where Dolly is during all of this.
Dolly.
That's the thing about
Oh,
Moonraker.
right.
If Dolly's not in
Dolly?
the scene, you're asking yourself, where's Dolly?
Well, she didn't have to come on this particular leg of the journey. She's at the hotel or something.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a good question. I didn't think
Well,
of it.
but the thing is that he met Dolly earlier, and then the next time we see Dolly, it's in space, and so it's like, you stay here. I have to go kill a guy. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, he finds a pretty girl and he follows her, as he does.
That's usually the way. Hey, that's what James Bond does.
Mhm. But he also sees that she's part of Drax Industries, probably, I guess. And there's a pyramid.
See, and she was there. She was there in Venice.
Yes, and this pyramid, of course, is in Guatemala, the Tikal Mayan ruins. But the interior was designed by Ken Adam at a French studio.
Nice. Incredible set designer and director of On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Bond is leery of crossing the bridge, so instead he walks around the pool, and that is his undoing, apparently.
Well,
because he just happens to step on the exact perfect rock that tosses him in.
Mars Monkey Max is saying, I have to go to sleep, guys. Catch you later. See you later, Mars Monkey Max.
Good night, Mars Monkey Max. Hope to see you again soon. Thank you for alerting me to that, because I was going to be a little bit before I got back to the chat. So it's good to know anytime anybody leaves so that we get to say good night, because I want to get up to the snake.
Anaconda.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, and the snake pulls him into the water, or he pulls him, and he prevents Bond from escaping from the water with his coils.
So now what do we do with James Bond? I don't know. He fights a snake. You sure?
He fights a snake. Well, how does he defeat it? He has a ballpoint pen that he stole from Dr.
Holly.
Goodhead. Holly. And stabs the snake.
Is Holly short for anything?
Snake.
Like, is the name Holly short, or is it just called that's just your name, Holly?
I would say that's just your name.
Okay.
Look at that. And now the snake is dead. Oh, but out of the frying pan and into the fire, there's Jaws. Folds him out. And Drax is here.
Can I offer you a cucumber sandwich?
I think we're beyond the cucumber sandwiches.
I wish harm to be done to him.
So we have another clip here to play at this particular moment.
Why did you break scruffy encounter with my pet python,
I discovered he had a crush on me.
Yeah.
That's cute.
You are a thorn in my side, Mr.
Yeah.
Bond, and I will not allow it to continue.
Well, he's the one who keeps wanting to do it so elaborately and amusingly. He can just shoot him several times, but he decides that he has to do it
And we finally get the introduction of the
in a
yellow
fancy way.
jumpsuits.
There you are. There's the jumpsuit.
That's a Halloween costume for her, for sure.
Mm. They can double as jumpsuits for your Devil in the Dark cosplay as well.
Oh, yay.
You just have to take off the patch.
And the stupid headgear. The sparring boxing headgear.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you have to wear that on a daily basis? I'm okay
That's
with
true,
the uniform, but why do I have to wear the padded head thing?
But here's the control room where we're seeing all of the shuttlecraft launch off. And there's the orchid. And we get our first big speech from Drax.
Oh, do you have it?
Yeah, I do. Do you want it?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll be perfect. Read this.
You know what? I'm kind of infatuated that I found a Michael Lonsdale impression. The curse of a civilization. It's almost like a Werner Herzog. Anyway, the curse of a civilization. It was neither war nor pestilence that wiped out the race who built the great city lying around us. It was their reverence for this lovely flower, because long-term exposure to its pollen caused sterility. Correct, Mr. Bond. As you've discovered, I have improved upon sterility. Those same seeds now yield death, not of course to animals or plant life. One must preserve the balance of nature.
That's right. So he wants to he wants to build his master race. So, yeah, but he doesn't want to kill the animals.
No, he's a vegan.
Apparently.
That's what I heard.
Mm-hmm. I'd believe it.
He enjoys cucumber sandwiches.
Well, he does. Well, he has to feed his dogs meat.
Have you ever had a
otherwise they
cucumber
would
sandwich?
die.
They're so fucking bland.
I've
White bread
never
and
in my life.
cucumbers.
I've never understood the concept of a cucumber sandwich, and therefore I've never tried it.
I
They're just
understand
supposed to be
cucumber.
delicate.
I guess you have to cut the
And
crusts
cooling.
off of. Yeah, not
I
so filling.
suppose.
You don't want to spoil your dinner.
Exactamundo.
Mhm. Well, there you go. That's the answer.
Afternoon tea, Mr. Bond. This is,
Okay,
you know
so
what?
we're
I think
talking
that
about-
this is the movie that really does drive home the Mr. Bond. For me.
Oh, you mean
Just the trope. Like the stereotype of a James Bond movie being like, oh, you are a thorn in my side, Mr. Bond. When Michael Lonsdale does it, that's when it really just punches me in the gut. Mr. Bond. Your floor, sir. Anyway.
Daniel says Jaws was the only enforcer to survive. Well, the second, when you count Baron. Same.
Baron Samedi.
Samedi. Thank you.
Yeah, but okay, so there is the not hypothesis. It's shown at the end of the movie. Baron Samedi survives Live and Let Die, but Baron Samedi never comes back. Jaws comes back.
Jaws does come back.
And I guess Mr. White kind of counts. because he's not the mastermind. He's more of a henchman.
Which Bond movie has the henchman who throws the razor hat? I remember that.
Oh, what are you talking about? That's Odd Job from Goldfinger.
No, there you are. Okay, Odd Job says Canadian Spider-Man.
Yep.
I remember I've only seen the Bond movies once, the ones I have seen. Goldfinger. Yes, there's the answer right in the chat. A torpedo that seeks out people speaking Japanese.
Yes. That torpedo is turning because of Japanese. I really think so.
Because, yeah. Well, it could have been heat-seeking, maybe, but then it could possibly go back to James Bond and be
is a
just like, no.
motorboat?
So it can't be heat-seeking. It's
I don't
gotta
think it's heat-seeking.
no. It's gotta be boat-seeking. This is the boat. I want this
It's a
boat.
boat-seeking missile.
I don't know. I'm making stuff up because I don't know.
No, it's fine.
What
We're
kind of
torpedo
it is. I just know that it gets shot off and then it changes direction and blows up its target.
It's sonar based, so it was going for the sound of the propellers.
Sure, I like that too. That's probably better than mine. So I'm still looking through all of these amazing chats, all of this just really cool conversation that happens because of this live stream, because of you guys helping out and continuing the conversation.
I knew this was going to be a long one, so I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having.
Yes, and there's Mars Monkey Max. You're welcome. I'm glad too. I'm trying to move it along. I do appreciate everybody's time, and I don't want to overkeep anybody.
Well, how else do you kill 5 hours in Rio?
Oh, that ribbon never stood a chance.
Never.
And at one point, you made something sound dirty. I don't know what it was.
That sounds like me. That sounds like me.
And,
I am
I think
sick
they're
and
talking about
tired of your interference in my master plan, Mr. Bond. I suggest that you enjoy a cheesy chili burrito.
See, I would have liked it better with the tuna. Canadian Spider-Man says cucumber and tuna. Now that's something that's better.
I don't like tuna sandwiches.
Oh, well.
That's
You
just
can
me.
have chicken.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just saying I don't like it.
You sounded like a total 7-year-old when you said that, dude.
Yeah, I did.
Well, Scotty,
that's why I
you
had
can
to
have.
clarify.
Well, Scotty, you can have the chicken salad.
Great, I'll do that.
It's a class thing. Says Nim Nim Nim. But he's what's that quote from War?
I am not a married man.
No. But he's a Romulan or something.
Something like that.
No one likes cucumber sandwiches, but the rich. No. It was about the Borg.
I don't know. It's like if you decided to make a salad into a sandwich, but you've only decided on one ingredient. Like I just
Warp
don't
says
understand.
He is a Borg.
He is a Borg.
Nim says it's a class thing. No one likes cucumber sandwiches, but the rich pretend to like them to separate them from the poor.
I just deep throat my cucumbers whole. It's more efficient.
Oh my god. Sasha says you guys are still on? Yes.
Yes.
And some of us are drunk. Says Spidey. Still going. I thought you'd end it by now.
Oh no. We have to get to space. And then everything goes around like it's a crazy clip by the time we get there.
Grogu's here. Good morning, everyone. I absolutely love Moonraker when it came out in theaters.
Grogu, did you see Braces? Yes.
Oh, okay. Goodness. Okay, now we
Just-
can go back to the movie.
I have a cucumber farm. I pickle some of them, and the other ones I'm making a
Make
just for now.
salads?
Yeah, salads, sure.
A fancy salad. That's what he's talking about. Nothing else.
Nothing
There's
at all.
nothing else to do with the cucumber except for
What would you
eating
do with a
it.
cucumber?
Eat it. Just eat it.
Yes. In the words of the philosopher Weird Al Yankovic, just eat it.
And in the words
Anyway.
of Gene Wormer's wife, you want to show me your cucumber?
Hide the cucumber? So
Cucumber.
Moonraker shuttles. Space shuttles. Space shuttles. Yay, space shuttles.
Like this
And so-
design, the set design for this, and I know I've been making fun of Drax, but like it looks great with him being filmed from underneath and being godlike, and the awe that he has on his face with this entire room of screens showing the success of his launch. Like this is great. This is great. And if anybody ever questions the dual launch of the shuttles in Armageddon, watch this movie. Because it's like
yes,
Moonraker 1 launch. And then like 12 seconds later, Moonraker 2 liftoff.
and the coolest thing is what DJ Play Nice said before. This was before the shuttle program started, so they had to imagine the way to actually portray the shuttle launch. And so what they did was they had shuttle models attached to bottle rockets, and they used signal flares for takeoff.
And it looks great. Fake,
It looks
but
amazing.
great.
I think it's beautiful.
Mm.
And it works a little easier with the clouds covering up the actual shuttle launch. It looks a little more real. Anyway. And the fourth one exits a volcano. So, hey, that sounds familiar.
Yes.
Speaking of callbacks.
This is one of the most impressive and impractical sets
Yes, this
that I have
is
ever seen.
this is silliness, and I love it. And
Yeah, me
Holly
too.
is imprisoned in this area here that opens up to reveal that there is the shuttle right above. And this is supposed to be a crematorium for whomever is imprisoned down here. And that's what happens.
But why would you build that? Also, the split screen is noticeable, or at least I watched it on DVD. I didn't watch the Blu-ray today. But yeah, the split screen is noticeable.
Well, and Drax is very proud of himself. He says, even in death, my munificence is boundless. And so, yeah. So he says goodbye. Farewell.
Auf
And there's
Wiedersehen,
only
adieu.
There's only 3 minutes until liftoff, and so Bond has to figure out how to escape. And once again uses something from Q to help. He's got the Seiko
Oh,
watch.
wait. Go back. I want to find out something. I'm glad you got
Okay.
that clip or that slide. I just want to see what
Of the
kind of watch it is. Is it a
It's a
Casio? No,
Seiko.
it's a Seiko.
Yeah, and there was a
Billboard.
Seiko. Yes, DJ Play Nice. There was a billboard, a Seiko billboard earlier in the movie during the orderly ambulance scene.
All right, I'm just gonna write down Seiko Moonraker and see if I can get one.
Of course you are.
I don't know. People seem to poo-poo the digital watches, but I'm a child of the 80s. So
Well, and especially if you can get, to your watch to help you blow up a grill to give you a tunnel escape route.
yeah,
That's usually very helpful.
that's a good
So
watch.
that they could climb through the air vent to escape, outrun the blast from
So I would like everyone to notice both of his
shuttle.
wrists. There is no fucking dart gun.
He put it away so he
He
could do
put it in
this.
his pocket. That's where it is.
Yeah, he
Okay,
put it in
I'll
his
buy it.
pocket.
I
Yeah,
can buy it.
sure. But no, but that's a good note. Thank you. Mm,
Didn't have to swear though.
True. You didn't, but at least you know it. And they make it just in time through
M35-4. Oh, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna see how much it is.
But I just feel like they would be dead still.
So this is when you think they would be dead, not when they jumped off of the gondola.
No, that too. The cable car.
Yeah.
Jumping off the cable car. Yes, they
Or
would
at
be
least their
dead there
ankles are
too.
broken there.
Right. Something. They landed with no pain. That's true too. But here, yeah, no, that's a big explosion.
Oh wow.
I think
that's
some
an
other
expensive.
people might be.
That's an
in trouble
expensive
too.
watch.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah. Like at least. And again, I'm going Canadian dollars.
Mm-hmm.
The one that looks the best. It ranges anywhere between $275 to $675.
Wow. Wow. You could get a She-Hulk.
I can get two if they made them.
Yeah. And so they've got to figure out how to get on the. They've got to figure out how to get on the shuttle. And so they hide here, in between the cargo of one of the carts. But they leave the cart and they wait around because they need to pilot a shuttle. So they luckily come across some pilots and they steal their buggy.
Well, this is, yeah. So I guess pilots
So-
aren't necessarily the best Drax employees, but all you have to do to overcome a Drax pilot is run in front of their golf cart. They will stop.
They slow down for you, yeah.
And
they
then
stopped.
you just grab them by the collar and then punch them until they're, whatever. And Holly, she's really good at hitting them in the head.
Yes, with the canister.
Mm.
And they're out. They are, yeah. So then now they can be the pilots. And it works out because she is an astronaut.
Well, she's trained. She has never actually been to space.
Well, maybe she did a lot of
Does she say she did a couple of missions?
I don't remember. Kat, do you know? I know
Not
that
yet.
if she might have done a lot of simulations. At least.
Was she ever in the centrifuge?
She knows what she's doing.
Says you.
So she has some experience. Otherwise, she would have had more trouble when they're actually in space. So she at least did simulations, if not actually flown.
DJ Play Nice in the chat says eBay auctions have the gold variant selling at less than $100 USD. That's fine. I don't want a gold variant. I want the one with James Bond.
Again, he sounds.
That's cool. NOS Vintage Rare 70s Moonraker $179 in the last couple of months too. The
That's
silver
not
ones are there;
bad.
they're not that expensive. Yep.
Okay, but still $200 for a digital watch. I always feel like there's a little bit of a looking down the nose when it comes to watch owners, unless it is specific like that. Like, unless it's pop culture relevant. But yeah, $200. Like, I can get a Casio for 20 in Canada. Anyway.
Well, cosplay is expensive sometimes.
Well, yeah, I know, but like the thing is that the Casio that I want, silver functional for $200, that's not bad. That's not bad. But the one I want is both related to pop culture and cost effectiveness. I do want a Better Call Saul Casio World Time.
Well, but we're talking Seiko, not Casio, and I know Jill doesn't
I
want to get
know.
into the
And
vagaries of
Seiko's better.
wristwatches, but there's a big difference. Yeah.
Yes. You're right. You're right. And yes, a rabbit hole that we need not investigate today.
Not today. We can bookmark it for the future.
I
Speaking
admire
of,
your wristwatch, Mr. Bond. I always thought that you were a Casio man. But Seiko.
I didn't know that just mentioning cucumbers was going to have such conversation. Rogu said, I never understood the thing about cucumber sandwiches. It's like people using mayonnaise as a seasoning.
Well, it depends. I just don't understand it as being the main filling in a sandwich.
Me neither.
White bread, crusts cut off, slice some cucumber, I guess some salt and pepper? Like, what the? I would like to
just
have
butter.
this bread, but I would like it to be wet.
That's why I love particle effects. Practical effects. Not practical effects.
Particle Man hates Triangle Man. No, Triangle Man hates Particle Man.
CGI can kill a film. Oh.
Yes. Oh, did you just get the alarm? It's time to wake up?
No, that wasn't me. I have a Seiko 5 automatic. Those things last.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, Apple IIgs has an LCD watch from Aliens. I just found it this year. Cool.
Oh, wow.
Actually, I just realized it's Seiko Pulse meter watch. Oh, neat. Oh yeah, rebuilt and repaired. Apple IIgs does that.
Good for you.
Yeah, does that kind of thing. He probably did that. Or he refurbishes things. I'm not sure if he refurbishes this particular thing.
Yeah, Spidey, I'm totally going to do that.
When you're really poor, you have mustard sandwiches. Oh my goodness. No, that Spidey, that reminds me of the terminal when he was eating crackers and mustard. Wow.
I just lick pennies.
Yuck.
Well, it's not good for you, but
So on the ship they determine she says we're on a prearranged flight program. So they're just on autopilot for a little while. And then she also points out that Drax is on Moonraker 5, and then they look at all the other shuttles, seeing that they're on parallel courses. And then they see who's in the cargo. And they see that there are six pairs of astronauts here, 2 by 2. So they make the Noah's Ark reference about the cargo, the people.
And all of these people who are willing to murder the Earth are horny as all get out, because what they're doing on the way to the space station, I assume that they're scientists or technicians of some sort. They keep saying But like, what's with the low cut dresses, ladies? Have a little, what's with the sleeveless uniforms, dudes? I know you want to show off how good looking you are, but like seriously, your boss is fucking weird. So anyway, everyone's making out, and they're not all making out, but they do make reference to the fact that they're just going up to breed.
Well, they must have been attracted to this somehow, this way of life.
Do you want to go to
Somehow.
space? Yes. Do you want to fuck? Yes.
In
Well,
space. You can
you
do
can
both.
fuck in space.
And coming up, we're going to see the space station we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, no, 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 no. No, no, no. No, that's the Superman theme. I was trying to do the Deep Space Nine theme. It is similar. I have no idea how coitus would work in 0G, by the way. Now that we've talked about high G's, let's talk about no G's.
No, geez, you do need a special suit. They have designed this.
You just need some leverage. Like handles and stuff. Like, I guess.
Mhm.
Who knows? I've never been there. I don't think, has there ever been anybody who had sex in space? I don't think so.
I don't know.
I guess we have to start
some of the
asking
Deep Space
astronauts.
Nine. I want to hear the Deep Space Nine theme song.
Yeah, but Terok Noir. That's more. I don't. That's what the soundtrack was when Drax was heading towards his space station. Everyone else was like, no. Like when Bond and Goodhead are on their way, it's like this is not a happy place. But yes, Deep Space Nine is a happy place.
Well, it is happy to Drax. This is his dream.
So we're just playing the Deep Space Nine theme through the perspective of Hugo.
Yes, Hugo.
Great.
And it's able to block out radar, telescopes, and electronic tracking systems. Although as big as it is, it looks pretty big. It looks like you could probably see it with your telescope.
Well, space is big. Like you really have to be looking in a specific direction to find anything. And so if they're not looking,
I mean, it does specify that it does block out telescopes somehow, but that's just seeing. I don't see how it blocks out a telescope unless it actually has a cloaking device.
well, it has a radar jamming thing.
Yes, it does have the radar jamming thing. That
But
I buy that. But you should just
I
be able
don't
to see it.
I
Because you
don't
can
think
see
you can
the
just see
you can
it.
see the International Space Station, and it's a lot smaller.
Well, maybe he planned the orbit so it wouldn't pass in front of the moon.
Maybe.
Only
I
reason that
like
you can
that
really
idea.
see the International Space Station is because it passes in front of the moon.
Well, anyway, we got to park. We got to park our
Yes.
We got to park our shuttlecraft on the space station, and Holly has to dock manually, and she has no issues with that. She does that well, along with everybody else.
It looks like Caretaker from Voyager, but not as long.
A little bit.
I love this, how the guy goes in and he's like the first person and he's like, oh, I got to turn it on.
Yeah, he has to turn on the artificial gravity.
Yeah.
And so the whole station starts to spin. And of course, the idea is just like the way that they would do it in Space 2000, Space Odyssey
Oh.
2001.
Canadian Spider-Man told me to do it, so I'm going to do it right now. I got to go take care of the time of day.
Oh, for Scotty, it is 4:20. Welcome if you got him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's great. I do like the spinny way to make gravity because that's the way that scientists think that they will eventually be able to do. That's fun. And so we got to wait for everybody to arrive and very quickly make the space station very busy. Those outfits really are skimpy.
Mm-hmm.
And there's we see Dolly again. Jaws and Dolly are there. But also there is the gas, the deadly gas, deadly nerve gas.
Yeah.
Oh. Only problem with Scotty having stepped away is that Drax is gonna tell everybody about his dream. Hey, maybe we could have DJ Play Nice and read it for us. Would you like to read it?
Sure. Is you gonna put it in the back chat?
Yeah. Yes, I'll get that for you. This one is a little bit longer. Put it in parts.
Yeah, and those outfits that you just commented on kind of remind me a little bit of the outfits from Logan's Run. Kind of gauzy. They didn't have the neckline that was actually a navel line. But
Oh yeah, and they were also very promiscuous in Logan's Run. So that makes sense. There's half of it, and I'll bring in the other half.
got it. First there was a dream. Now there is reality. Here in the untainted cradle of the heavens, will be created a new super race, a race of perfect physical specimens. You have been selected as its progenitors, like gods. Your offspring will return to Earth and shape it in their image. You have all served in humble capacities in my terrestrial empire. Your seed, like yourselves, will pay deference to the ultimate dynasty which I alone have created. From their first day on Earth, they will be able to look up and know that there is law and order in the heavens.
Thank you, DJ Play Nice. Very well done. And yes, that's the plan. And so they're also going to be sent back to Earth once Earth is cleaned up of the people that he doesn't want. And that's his plan. Except for he's going to allow the other animals, non-human animals, to survive. That's his dream.
Then I'll have to send a cleanup crew to get rid of all the bodies.
That's true too. That's going to be a word. That's going to be an objective. But in order to stop that cleanup job from being necessary, Bond has to figure out how to jam the radar so that everybody on Earth can see where the space station is instantly. And so they look for it and they find it instantly. So it's always very easy in this movie to find what you're looking for. And also the radar operators are really easy for Holly to dispatch. She's really, this is where Daniel's Hot Topics is very happy because she kicks some ass here.
Yeah.
She's punching and doing karate. All this causing some major pain.
I do find it funny that, Drax has all this money to, rebuild that mansion brick by brick, have that big Moonraker facility in California, to build the temple down in or the other launch base down in the Amazon, but he needed to steal the actual space shuttles. Couldn't
Yeah.
build his own.
Oh. Yeah, I think he explains that in that one scene. He
Yeah.
did. He had to steal it because one of his shuttles had a problem, and so he needed another one.
Oh yeah, that was something also that I think the movie for a while kind of forgot it, because it's like it starts as this little urgent thing, like who would steal a shuttle? Where is it? And then it kind of goes down the other direction where Bond kind of stumbles into the evil plan, and they kind of forget
Yes.
about the shuttle until Drax brings it up much later.
True.
I did love that temple set though down in the Amazon.
Yes, that was pretty cool. I did like that too. So Holly also jams the radar system, or the radar jamming system. She jams the radar jamming system. And now everybody on Earth can see the space station. And they don't like it. It's not what they want. They agree that immediately they need to attack. And meanwhile, Drax is starting to deposit globes of nerve gas. Starting with one at a time. He's got 50 of them. And they'll be able to dispense the toxic gas to destroy all human life on Earth.
It is funny that they never really explain why Drax wants to do this. He just does. It's like, what is it about the Earth that you didn't like that you felt the need to do this? But I like how
he just
detached
wants
he was when he
everybody
gave
to
the
be
speech
really.
as well.
Wait a minute, go ahead.
I also like how you could tell he's so emotionally detached. Even when he's saying launch globe number 1, he's still very subdued, seemingly.
Yeah. It's
Which is
true.
real
The
sad.
motivation is a little off. He just wants everybody to be really, really pretty. I don't know.
Well, it's hard to pin down megalomania like that.
Yeah.
Like, who knows? And since we're not provided the backstory, our imaginations are free to create whatever craziness.
True.
Maybe he just really didn't like tuna sandwiches.
True. Yeah, he didn't like tuna, only cucumber.
Also, he told them that their kids would be the ones returning to Earth, but it sounds like they're going to stay on the space station.
Well, they're only on the space station, I think, so that the Earth can be
right. Right, but when he was giving the speech, he says, "Your children will return to Earth and shape it in their image," as if to imply that they don't intend to go back.
Oh, maybe you're right. All right. Yeah, maybe their job will last the rest of their lives up there. But anyway, they get into one more fight here. James Bond and Jaws. And he kicks him in the genitals, and I guess there's a metal sound, so they're made of metal too. Metal on the top and the bottom. Interesting.
Bolus 007.
Thunderball.
That's good timing.
Thunderballs.
And I do like this quote. Drax says to James Bond, "You appear with the tedious inevitability of an unloved season."
Yes.
And
speaking of
Bond
which,
responds,
fucking going outside at 4:20 in the morning in Canada sucks.
"I didn't think there were any seasons in space."
Only for you, Mr. Bond, winter.
That's it. Oh, there it is. And so then, of course, he explains, as Bond villains tend to do, his whole plan about sending 50 globes to release the nerve gas, killing, each globe kills 100 million people. That'll wipe out the current population of Earth for his rebirth
What was the population of Earth
plan.
in 1979? Like, it still had to be in the
Population of Earth.
billions.
Yeah.
And he
Well,
says that, like, each globe will wipe out 100 million people.
and that's 5 billion. 100 million people times 50 globes is 5 billion. So what's the population of Earth?
Did he say that he had 50 globes?
Yes, 50 globes.
Oh, then yeah, math checks out. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. That's a good question. It was the population in 1979 was 4.38 billion. So it works. Math works on that in that note. Good. The movie got something right. See?
Hooray!
Yay. And then
See, but that's
the Marines come. US Marines and US Space Marines come to the rescue.
so, yeah. Also, I think it's unreasonable that they'd be able to get a shuttle launch to occur in 12 hours.
True. That's true. But it's a James Bond movie. We got to get this
Yeah, I'm
done
fine
fast.
with it. I'm fine with it. I'm
We've
fine
got
with it. Also, I did want to say that yes, Drax does explain his evil plan to James Bond, but at least he's in the space station with Bond, being like, "Come on, bro. Like you have no possibility of escape."
Yeah.
True. And so, oh yeah, they want to blast away the Marines. Drax does, naturally.
What a Death Star.
Yes.
And the only thing that stops the destruction of the Marines, led by Colonel Scott, I may add, is that James Bond flips the button.
Well, before he flips a button, James fights with his words too. He suddenly reinforces Drax's idea of physical perfection in mankind, and both Jaws and Dolly realize that they do not fit in Drax's world.
See, this is
And
also part of the thing where it's like, oh no, Dolly wasn't supposed to have braces because she was too young if she had braces. And so now, but the thing is, we never get to see Dolly actually express an idea. She never uses her
true.
words. So I am under the impression that both Jaws and Dolly are special needs.
I'm uncertain of that, but what I am certain of
You're
is that
uncertain of it. Okay.
that entire speech that James Bond had there, it got Jaws to understand that it's better to be on James Bond's side. And so he switches sides at this point in the
Well,
movie.
let's investigate for just a second. What does James Bond says? Peak physical condition, physical specimens. You're looking for perfection. And Drax is like, of course. And then Jaws starts thinking, I'm not physically perfect. Which doesn't make any sense considering the fact that he's been fucking, indestructible for the last 2 movies. And then he
But
sees Dolly,
Mhm.
and then that's when he starts to really be like, is she physically perfect for him? Like, there's something that anyway, it's all visually presented, it's all show no tell, which is what you want to do in movies. But his turn is don't kill him, Papa, in the last movie to make him a good guy. Papa. And they do.
That's what all the kids wanted, was for him to be good.
Yeah.
Become good. And that's what they got.
Yeah.
And there was a logical reason.
0 stars. Unsubscribed.
Now you sound like the special needs person, Scott.
Well, you know I've always had very special needs.
And Jaws refuses to toss the Asians into space. Refuses to airlock them.
The Asians?
No.
The agents.
Agent.
You said that too.
Oh no,
like,
but that's another story. I forget who it was, but somebody told me once, or said on the internet once, they heard the song Secret Agent Man. But for years they thought it was Secret Asian Man.
Well, that is also about James Bond in You Only Live Twice.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
So they fight.
And like you said, James Bond flips the switch and turns off the artificial gravity. So everybody's floating around.
Which kicked in the trippy music.
Trippy music.
The soundtrack, yeah.
But it's also it's well scored just because it is slow motion, and I do appreciate like everybody who is in the scene who is like either hanging by a wire or pretending to hold on to a ladder. Like they do a pretty, like, considering how many people are in this shot. And then it's slow motion and Michael Lonsdale is like wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. It is
something like Blue Danube.
Oh, they could. You know what? Now is the moment that we need a pigeon doing a triple take.
I only have the double take here.
That'll do. That's a triple.
Great.
I love that pigeon. What's his name? What's the pigeon's name?
I don't know. Henry
the pigeon.
And so the Marines move in while all this disorientation is happening.
What is with you in the Orient?
And so Drax's fighters get out of the travel through the airlock out into space because they have to do a space battle in space in their spacesuits.
Like, and again, it does pay off. Like, we saw that stupid laser gun, and now they're actually using this stupid laser gun, which is great.
Apparently, get a wildly overpriced replica of the laser gun on the James Bond website.
It's so ugly, though.
Aw. Yeah.
I don't like the gun. I don't like the gun.
It's still cool, though, that you can get that.
Yes. If you do like the gun, it is available. And it is apparently ridiculously overpriced. Thanks, Kat.
Yeah, something like 500 plus.
But am I completely off base in saying that this is akin to the Thunderball underwater battle?
No, it's basically what it is, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but this is in space, so space is cooler than the battle, and
it makes me think of those old 80s arcade games.
But we earlier were talking about the skydiving and all of the practical effects. And the reason why Thunderball occurred is because they had underwater cinematography that made it so that it was like it was actual people doing this. In this, despite the claims of the end credits, none of this was filmed in space.
Speaking of laser guns, latest comment, he had something interesting to say about that. Apple.
Oh, from V. Apple 2GS says, Cat.
Best laser gun was from V, 1983. Remember that and that cool sound effect?
I've never seen V.
I
At
do.
least I saw like the first 2 episodes when it came out, and I never pursued it after the fact. But DJ Play Nice, you remember it?
Yeah. Oh, I remember the sound especially. I wasn't fond of the series, but I remember it.
Do you like the laser gun?
Yeah.
Do you think it's the best laser gun?
No.
Okay.
But I'm not going to fade somebody in the comment for their opinion.
Oh, no. I'm just saying, he said best, and I was just like, do you agree? I don't know.
Well, we do have some scientific fact here in the chat from Mark D with the C. Low-cut dresses help with the high G forces. It's scientific fact.
Well, and have you noticed your boobs are
Mark-
firming up?
Mark knows physics.
Yes.
He does.
Captain Kirk has had sex in 0G many times.
Yes. Yes, and Spidey agrees. Oh, very important to know. That's fact. Oh, no. Brogu turns it on Riker, but says his was on the holodeck, but just don't use a black light. No, the Enterprise is self-cleaning.
You have no idea how restrained I'm being right now. And I
I
just
know.
smoked a joint.
Congratulations. I'm so proud of you.
I know. I thought you'd like that.
I do. Although some people in the chat
Bond.
want to know what you were going to say. Apple 2GS says, I think the space station was intended to be like Noah's Ark or something. Yes, this is true.
Mm-hmm.
That is the analogy. And yes.
I just didn't understand the timeline. Like he says, like Drax says, your offspring will go and repopulate the earth. Like so how long are they supposed to be on this space station?
That's what I mean. That's why I thought it made it sound like the kids would be the ones returning and not them.
Right.
Maybe it takes a while for the gas to dissipate because he's sending a lot of it down there.
Well, I wouldn't want to hang out very often. Like, I wouldn't want to be on that space station.
Oh, no,
It's
me
very
neither. I
sterile.
don't understand why so many people are attracted to this lifestyle. But Brent Farrell gives us a little more insight into the book. I've read the book Moonraker, says Ben. It's nothing whatever like this movie. That much we knew, but the part I didn't know was it's about a guy cheating at cards.
That's the entire reason that he's set off. Yeah. But then you find out. And also Drax in the book is like a 5-foot squirrely ginger.
That's right.
Not in any way as portrayed in the movie, but that's not a big deal. And then
but wait,
what?
Isn't there something wrong with his eyes too in the book? I think I read that somewhere.
He might have a lazy eye. I don't know.
It was something interesting enough to where it would have been interesting to have that in this movie to make his dreams a little bit ironic.
When I read the book, it was probably, how old am I now? Okay, so probably about 25 years ago, more. And yeah, I only remember he had wiry red hair. He was short and he was pasty. And he was a Nazi. And he cheated at bridge. And yeah, it's basically Ian Fleming just made a how to play bridge section of the book. Takes about 7 pages with diagrams, I might add. And then he has a nuclear weapon in a silo, right?
Yeah.
And then he goes there with a lady not named Holly Goodhead. And then they stop him. I forget how.
Not Holly.
There is a car chase.
He was going to launch it in London. And his
there is
base
a car chase.
located in the southeast
Several
of
car
England.
chases.
Or southwest England, I can't remember which.
Yeah. It's very basic. It's almost like Star Wars fans in the chat. If you've ever heard Splinter of the Mind's Eye, like the book, where it's like, well, this will be the sequel if we don't make any money off the first one. That is what Moonraker is in the novel. It's like, so this is the lowest stakes, smallest thing you could do. And that's basically it.
London is pretty high stakes.
No, I know, but he drives for half an hour south, and that's it. Like, it's not the globe-trotting James Bond that I consider. And so it is it's not small stakes, but it's very local. They don't go to space.
So artificial gravity is turned back on. And
Orphan Zane says Moonraker was awful.
So, and then Drax, thank you, Orphan Zane, for your opinion in the chat, and thank you, Sky.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine.
And so, yeah, me too. I'm fine with it. We also had PvP earlier, who also does not like the movie.
Yes.
And also, I don't think Tarantino likes it either.
What, Moonraker?
Yeah. I think to something. And he the only thing he likes is the parachute scene,
which is admirable.
Yes. And Drax is in command again, and so he has a guard set at every entrance, and he sets off the third globe.
Sounds dirty.
And you can hear over the intercom, the men are ordered to shoot to kill.
Know what I mean?
But yes. And Bond does have Jaws on his side now, which helps. And he uses...
Oh, is he grabbing his balls? That was crazy.
Yeah.
I guess that's how you lift a man when you want to throw him.
Suppose. I don't know. I've never thrown one.
You've never thrown a man? Neither have I. Oh no, he's sneezing.
More lasers.
That's
more
interesting.
Destruction. More fighting.
Jill, that's interesting, is because I don't really get to see the lasers in this movie. And I think that they do move at the speed of light, which is rare in your science fiction. Usually it slows down. But like whenever they shoot their lasers, it is a strobe light. It's like pew pew. And it is literally that fast. Pew pew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is pretty fast. It is nice to take the screenshots to see them in action.
Oh, and this is the best part. Where
it is the best
James
part.
Bond mercilessly hunts down a man to kill him and throw him into space.
Yes, Drax grabs his laser pistol and he says this. Let's unmute my screen. Oh wait, first though, we have to hear this.
At least I shall have the pleasure of putting you out of my misery.
He doesn't even sound mad about it.
Yeah.
Giant step for mankind.
Oh wait, that's too far. Where was I? Maybe right here.
See,
and like Scotty said, yes, he does.
Take a giant step for mankind.
He sends his dart, so he has his dart on his wrist again.
Yes.
And he poisons him and pushes him out of the airlock.
I do like the little model that they have that squirts out. I do
The
like
little
it.
model that squirts out?
Well, yeah, the guy, the whatever they used as a prop for Drax, like it's not a
Gotcha.
stunt man. It's not Michael Lonsdale. It's just it's an action figure. It falls away.
Where's Drax?
Oh, he had to fly.
The worst.
I knew it was
The
bad, but I
worst.
wanted to play it.
No, I know, but that line, I forever, I wanted, you know what? Here's another Mandela. I was like, he had to step outside. But then I'm going back to Superman 2. So
that would have been a good line. He had to step out.
yeah, he had to fly. He didn't fly. So I didn't like that one-liner from James Bond.
Yeah, step out would have been better.
I was really happy about the fact that I got to see that little action figure fall backwards. It's like
Yes.
throwing a, rock'em sock'em wrestling or a thumb wrestler. What were those rubber WWF action figures that were like the size of a gremlin? Like you just throw one of those. And then he bounces. Anyway.
Sounds like a good. Well,
Oh,
I
it's a
can't
great
wait
time.
to see your movie where you throw wrestler figures and they represent the
James
actual
Bond
actor.
villains? Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, then I'll start up a Patreon. I'm going to need $750. Most people, when they start a Patreon, they're like, I need $60,000. I want to start a Patreon that is like, the goal is $37.
Yeah, but then you actually have to do the thing that you promised.
Yeah, well, then seriously, I'll $37 is for my
Oh, also, there's just
my
$7.
my advisors.
Also important to note, the commander of the U.S. Space Shuttle piloting the Marines, the Space Marines, is named Scott.
Yeah, I said that.
Oh, you did say that? Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
I missed
And
you
Bernard
saying
Lee has the same birthday as me. This movie is very much about me.
that.
I see a lot of myself in this film.
I can see that.
Yes.
So it's good that we got rid of the main bad guy, but there's still a problem. There's still
Well, we don't have a henchman anymore.
Well, the main problem is that there are still 3 globes that are going to kill 300 million people if they don't destroy them. So they have to go after them and destroy them.
Globulus.
Yes, and so then 007 tells everybody to leave because the station is falling apart and they achieve their objective. So the Marines have to get out of there, and they do. And everything starts to fall apart with spectacular explosions, and it must have been so they would destroy the model, and they did a great job of making it look like the space station is exploding. Great. Pretty great
It
work there.
bends and shakes and quakes, and it's not bad.
True.
And the model's great.
It is a great model.
Yeah. I always think that they're sad about having to destroy it, but then I realize they have fun destroying it sometimes. Sometimes too much fun.
Are you talking about the characters or the people who produced it?
The people who
The
are working
effects
on the
people who
miniatures.
built it.
Yeah, the effects people.
Oh yeah,
They
no.
have to have fun doing this. But I think mainly I was thinking about the people who had too much fun destroying the Enterprise in Star Trek 3. I think I'm just still angry about
Or
that.
yeah.
But it did
But
look good.
I don't know. I love toys and I love building toys. And I have broken toys. And sometimes I have had a really good time breaking toys.
And that's what this is. This is being paid to professionally destroy a toy to make it people believe this is really a space station in space that is being destroyed from the battle that had just ended. And James Bond and Holly have to take the Moonraker 5, but unfortunately the docking release system is jammed, so they can't take off.
No.
And Jaws is looking around. He's looking for Dolly, and they run into each other, and they run into each other's arms. They find each other after the fighting stops.
Look, no braces.
Yes, they run into each other's arms, and they decide to share champagne together.
Well, yes. I think okay, so earlier on in the film, Dr. Goodhead has a bottle of Bollinger, and Bond says, if it had been a 69, I would have known you were expecting me, which I think is a euphemism. But then when we're on the space station, it's a bottle of Bollinger? And I was like, what's the year? What's the year? Couldn't see the year. Either way, it doesn't make any sense for there to be a bottle of champagne.
Well, yeah, it does. Drax would bring champagne with him.
Bollinger?
Bollinger is one of the main sponsors of this franchise.
Well, and I suppose it is a high-class liquor. And Bollinger also sponsors Jill's channel. So if you want to go to the affiliate link below and buy yourself a... No, they don't. They don't really.
I have not. I've yet to receive any Bollinger checks, but I am waiting.
You have a blue ball of popsicle booze.
Oh yeah, I didn't tell anybody about that here, but anyway, yes, I do.
Bollinger did a tribute magnum of champagne for Moonraker.
Huh.
Just to be clear, I am not sponsored by Bollinger.
I am.
It wasn't in era.
You can play it.
I'm sorry. It wasn't in era? What does that mean?
Yeah, it was like that it wasn't at the same time as the film's release. It's like 20 years. It was like 15, 20 years ago they did that.
Sure.
The Moonraker bottle.
Well, what if you could get a replica, a reasonably priced replica of anything from any James Bond movie? What would you get? I will go first. I would get the Man with the Golden Gun thing.
You see, that's the best one that everybody would get. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's the one where all the pieces where you can put it together.
That's cool, but I want the little helicopter that you put together too.
Yeah, but as a model?
Yeah, model.
Okay. You want little Nelly as a model? Just a little helicopter.
I think it's cute.
I don't think either of these things are reasonably priced. They're probably all $700. They're like 4 She-Hulks.
Well, here's to us.
Thank you, Richard Keel.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
My
so,
God.
and also,
he's
after
got banana hands.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Yes, he does. Agreed. So he also helps James Bond with the jammed door very easily. He fixes that problem.
Yes. And then one of the most ridiculous wave-aways that is reinforced by a throwaway line of dialogue. They'll be fine. It's only 100 miles to Earth. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess they're not.
Yeah,
dead.
and that part of the space station breaks off without any problems at all. Even though I'm not sure if it's actually an escape pod or anything.
Well, it does make sense for the space station to be modular. So if such a catastrophe should happen,
Sure. That does make sense.
ish.
Sure, why not?
I'm
Yes,
apologizing
let's
for the
go with
movie
it.
right now.
I know. But it really bothered me. Like, if it was a designated escape pod, I'd feel better.
Yeah, no, if it lands on Earth, I'm sure it'll just come to a smooth drop.
Yes. Oh, No, and they even reinforce it later with the people on Earth saying,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, we saw a big. It's a big guy and a little lady or something." I forget.
One of the components from the space station landed on Earth. We found a tall man and a blonde woman with braces.
Yes, with braces.
They cut that.
They do get there happily ever after, I suppose, except for the part where Jaws is trying to be a good guy now, and suddenly everyone's like, "Wait, didn't you murder a lot of people?" And what's the deal with that?
You know, people change.
And there goes the entire space station.
Yeah, I would love to ruin this movie with AI where everyone hugs and then it ends with like the Family Matters theme song.
The cheesy, oh, we solved all our differences.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, like Full House. It's like when you're lost out there and you're all alone, life is waiting to take you home. Moonraker.
Well, get Terry right on that.
I will. Friend of the channel.
And after all the battles and everything, and now, anyway, they've got to destroy those globes.
Yes.
So they destroy 2 of them with no problem.
Yes. Because of the automatic thing. And they even have to punch in a code, which is rad.
Yes.
Just because I like buttons.
But then the controls stop responding.
Because they're skipping off the atmosphere, yo.
Yes, so even with the and then they turn on manual and Bond still misses. It's more difficult. Now he has to actually aim.
Use the force, Bond.
Nice.
I just think it was an excuse to have Holly Goodhead use a stick.
Yeah, and she's a good pilot. That's what I'm saying. She's an astronaut.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was just watching her grip that. Never mind.
Well,
see, this is we are getting to a point. Yes, I know she's a pilot, and I'm also being overly sexual, and her name is Goodhead.
Yeah, and so she asks, I guess, her name.
I'm getting too hot, James. We're coming in too hot. Let me hold this thing.
Okay, so then they do eventually destroy the 3rd one.
Yes.
With the last chance. This is our last chance. And then the world is saved.
Which doesn't make any sense because it was entering the atmosphere, in which case when they blew it up, the gas would have dispersed in the upper atmosphere and killing Florida.
Maybe it was right above the ocean and everything's fine. And
so there's
no fishermen.
Well, no, the fish wouldn't die. None of
the fish are
would.
okay.
Fish are okay. All right.
I'm making things up. I'm also apologizing for this movie because I like it.
Yeah, me too.
You're absolutely right. And everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 survivors, a tall man and a short blonde woman. That's it.
With braces.
With braces. Dolly had braces.
Holly and Dolly.
Holly and Dolly. Well,
I wish Jaws and James went on a double date with Jaws and James and Holly and Dolly.
That would be a great little mini movie to make of them going out to dinner together.
just to make sure that Jaws was okay.
Yeah.
Why not? That could be, well, with the propensity of movies today doing the after credit sequence, it would be a cute after credit.
So I do appreciate Desmond Llewellyn. I think he's attempting re-entry, sir.
Yes, and thank you. I don't know if Mark is still here. Mark D with the C. Here's your last video that you provided this channel with today. Thank you so much for sharing. There's 2 of them actually. Oh wait, but first I gotta mute my screen. I've been remembering that today. Luckily for everybody's ears.
What's Bond doing?
I think he's attempting re-entry, sir.
Yeah, I like the smile.
I like the grin, yeah.
What's Bond doing?
I think he's attempting re-entry, sir.
Oh, there were 2 of them, so I played them both. They're
Well,
the same
yeah, but
thing.
aren't you going to take me around the world one more time, James?
That too. She also says that.
I do, like, apparently, friend of the channel, Robert Meyer Burnett, had an infamous drunken commentary for Moonraker. I've had the
I
opportunity.
missed it.
But
I know when he's too drunk, he'll delete it.
And well, depends. And the thing is that it is such a reverence and love for this movie in spite of its cheese. Like, it's so good. And so when when that line happens and he's just like, you know what that means? And I'm like, I really don't know. I've never taken a woman around the world. Oh, wait, I have, but not in one night.
You haven't
No.
orbited the Earth.
I have never orbited the Earth. This is true. But I don't know if that's a euphemism. You ever orbited the Earth? Is that like a rim job?
I don't know. You're gonna have to consult Urban Dictionary for that one. That's what I
Yeah,
do.
I'll ask Jeeves.
Not now though. Look later.
No, later. I'm not gonna bring it up anymore.
Anyway.
The end of
survived that.
Moonraker. Ben Affleck will return in the Moonraker.
What?
No, it's from Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. It's fine.
Okay.
I like that movie.
Moonraker? Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoy it. I think it's earlier on, Jet Sparks was saying that it was nearing parody. And I do think it is nearing parody, but I think that it is so on board with the audience. And it's like, you know what we're here for.
Yeah.
So there's a trust that exists between the two. And I think that it is something that is sort of faded in recent years. But I guess it depends on your fandom. But like, this is a great fucking fun time. It's a little long, 2 hours and 4 minutes, or 6. And it's like, it takes so much time to pick up, but everything about it is comfortable while you're watching it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, as a James, what did I rate it, Kat?
I
can't remember.
It was like, I think I gave it like a 6 or a 7. And I think I stick with that. It's a 6 or a 7 for me.
Sounds fair. But I can love a 6 or a 7 usually. In this one I do. There are too many logical inconsistencies, or too many times where we said that was convenient, or this is there's no logical reason this could happen for it to be higher than a 7. A 7 as far as I go as well.
Yeah.
But it's a 10 in my heart, if that makes any sense.
I like that.
But my brain says 7. So I usually go with my brain.
Oh, there's your problem.
Yeah, that is my problem.
I follow
That
my
was
heart.
Drax's problem. Maybe I should follow my heart. Yeah. Well, I'll think about that one. Too late now for existential crisis.
Oh, it's always a good time for an existential crisis, lady. If you were given the option, would you go to the space station and then be a part of repopulating the Earth?
No.
In Droopy Dog's image?
I'd try to expose Droopy Dog to somebody who can help.
How dare you?
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, with that, I will take my leave.
Cheers. We're just on a denouement.
Hey, Kat, is there anything you want to promote before you go or say about the movie before you leave?
I'm not sure what we're doing on Phantasmagorium next Thursday. If Tom's around, maybe we'll do the F1 review finally, but I'm not sure. And then every second and fourth Sunday, you can find me on Unifying Force, co-hosting Unifying Force on Virtual Cantina Network, a Star Wars show. That's about it.
Nice.
Yeah, it always takes me too long to bring that up. But I do have it. I have it here.
Oh, thanks.
Right here.
But yeah, this is a fun movie.
Thanks.
And worthy entry into the Bond canon, I'd say.
Yay.
All right, good night, all.
See you later, Kat.
Good night. Thanks for making it through the whole movie. I appreciate that.
Thanks. See ya.
Be well.
Yeah.
She's great.
Kat is awesome. I'd agree. It's one of the fun Bond films.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh. I was just checking the chats. You need to watch that. You don't burn up the reentry. Can't go too fast. Oh, nice. That's very subtle. I like it that way. So Ben Frail says, how do you orbit something that's an eternal flat plane? Oh, no.
I don't know. It's more like circling. It's not orbiting. It's just circling. It's like when you're looking for a parking spot in front of that place where you're trying to pick up a pizza and you're just circling the block.
When he pushes that button, a manual about how to operate should drop down. Yeah, right? He just knows how to use the weapon systems on the shuttle.
The thing is, and yeah, like this is, I'm certain of it, and I think The Spy Who Shagged Me is representative of it. Is that this is the movie that was like, Mike Myers was like, oh, I can make a great parody or a great satire or a great comedy surrounding this. And I want to qualify it because I think that he has reverence and love for the James Bond sort of world. And I think he did a great job. But this movie is definitely the thing that is closest to being an Austin Powers movie.
Mark D with the C tells me that I can buy a little Nelly gyrocopter on Amazon and links me to it because he is always an enabler.
Yes. Oh, no!
Uh-oh. What happened? Did you break
I
it?
need a towel.
Oh, you spilled it. Party foul.
It's alcohol abuse.
Oh, fuck. Jesus. Just let me get a towel and I'll suck the cloth.
Wring it out over a martini glass. Be fancy. Come on.
Yeah, that's a better idea. I'm sure there's enough bubble wrap in there to protect them. Oh, sorry, DJ.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say I didn't have a chance to make the observation during the middle of the show there, but the Space Marines responding. I mean, NASA was founded in the late 50s, and on a chat completely unrelated to science fiction or sci-fi or anything, I made the observation, it's too bad they didn't start a space force way back in the 60s, not long after NASA had started. And I had almost kind of forgotten until you were showing the slides of the Space Marines response. And again, it was in a time where we didn't really know how those things were going to be. And just a few years after this film, during the Reagan administration, that's when the Strategic Defense Initiative thing started, and they called that the Star Wars program. We're terribly creative with that, but that was a changeover in my lifetime from what previously was the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization. And so there are all these government agencies, and I just wish they had started Space Force in the 60s.
It would make sense if they did. And yeah, they had all the impetus to start that.
But also,
and that was a lot more exciting in Moonraker than what it ended up being, missile platforms orbiting Earth or whatever it turned into the Star Wars program was.
But that was also something that was weren't there international treaties that were like, okay, the moon is, you cannot own the moon. No Earthling can own the moon.
Yeah, so many countries have claimed parts of the moon.
Yeah, that's great. So do I. I claim that part of the moon. I'll call it Scotland with 2 T's. What am I going to do about it? I thought that there was, like, exactly. I have no power. Like, what are you? I'm gonna, Jill, I'll send a Tamagotchi.
Oh, yeah. Well, Tamagotchis are aliens, so that might be good.
No, they're fucking fictional.
I know.
All right.
But you owning a part of the moon and being able to hold it is also fictional.
Yeah. So why don't we put these two things together and collaborate?
Maybe.
Let's own. You pick the part of the moon, and you can pick the representative. I will claim it, and then you can govern that part of the moon. Anyway, what my point is, before I get too silly, is too late. Is like, I thought that there was something in the late 60s where there was sort of a decision to leave space as like Switzerland. Like, it was neutral. Space is neutral.
Mm-hmm. That isn't how it actually happens, but
do you think that if they could actually claim a part of, and I mean they by anybody, that if they were to claim a part of the moon and then just aim guns at something, like, why would you claim it? Like, what do you want? There's nothing on the moon.
Oh, there's something on the moon.
What's on the moon?
Helium-3.
What the hell is helium-3?
Well, once we figure out fusion, it's going to be a valuable resource to power it.
Yeah, and if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a wagon.
Yeah.
You're talking about it like it's transwarp. Oh, if we can figure out this technology, then helium-3 is going to be really important. And I'm already investigating helium-4.
Well, young minds, fresh ideas.
I suppose.
No doubt.
So Lance from the Outcast,
the AM.
Lance from the Outcast Creative is here.
Hey, Lance.
They destroyed that model spaceship, I think the space station, by unloading shotgun shells into it. Neat. That's why it looked like it was blasting apart. The space station was destroyed with shotgun shells.
That's great.
The model destroyers and builders.
Shocking.
Yes. I like it. Ben Farrell says maybe she had braces on her arms and legs after the reentry. What?
Oh, yeah. No, I understand.
Well,
and it's funny-ish.
There was that metallic clang.
Thanks, Ben.
Well, maybe, but maybe not. Apparently, the actor who plays, well, what's his name again? Jaws?
Richard Keel.
Richard Keel had a wife the same height as Dolly, or similar height.
I have heard women compliment a man saying, I would like to climb him like a tree. So, yeah. And from what I understand, women enjoy taller men. And so, as a man who is like 5'10" and a half, that's right, that's how tall I am, is that I'm going with the half inch. I usually seek out women who are shorter than me because they find me more attractive. That's why
that
all
works
of my wives have been Smurfs.
Canadian Spider-Man says goodnight to Cat. Apple TGS says how to operate the laser. The button says laser manual.
Yes.
You'll have to speak up. I'm wearing a towel.
Nice.
What? I don't know why he said that, but
It's
read
from
it.
The Simpsons. It's a Homer quote.
Yes.
Hello. You'll have to speak up. I'm wearing a towel.
But I don't know why he quoted The Simpsons.
He's probably wearing a towel, Jill.
They should have copyrighted Space Marines. NASA would be the wealthiest organization on the planet.
Well, there's not
It's
a
just
marketing
fun.
team for NASA. I guess there is a marketing team for NASA.
It's just fun to say Space Marines.
Yeah, it sounds threatening. Space Force.
Well, Space Force is, yes, what they're called today, but these were Marines, and then I just stuck space on the front. That's what Lost in Space does.
Yes.
Or I could have called them Cosmic Marines, but I think Space Marine sounds better.
Oh, my dear William, would you care for some space pudding? Would you like a space hot dog? If you put space in front of everything, it still sounds weird.
One of these days, I'm going to forget all my built-in protective circuits and zap him. Just one zap.
Oh, you calamitous cacophony of tin can chicanery. Yeah, that was my.
That's a good attempt. I appreciated that.
It was a try.
The Golden Man. You must be mistaken, sir. The gentleman and I have never met. Whee!
Love it.
Yeah, I just remembered you like that one, so I played it. I'd take Moonraker over any of the New Age films coming out in 2025, says Apple TGS. That's fair enough.
New Age films? I don't know.
Mark D with the C says Ralph Cramden claimed the moon by sending his wife Alice there.
True story.
I don't remember the cartoonist, but there's a New Yorker cartoon where two astronauts are standing on the moon surface, and Alice Cramden's gravestone is there. That's a good one.
It's so weird though, because even in the iconography of the honeymooners, Ralph Cramden is the moon.
In the credits, yeah.
Yeah. One of these days, Alice, I'll send you to me.
Ben Farrell says that the USA had a military space force. Then the Soviets and the Red Chinese start sending armed forces into space. YouTube.
Yeah, and I guess for that alone, I'm glad they didn't after having wished it.
Hey, man.
No Mr. Fusion for Scotty.
Yeah, no, thank you. We'll find out. We'll find out as soon as, well, I guess propulsion, like reliable vacuum propulsion. And then once you know how to make things go fast, then you'll be able to know how to propel them quickly, thusly weapons. And then, yeah. Star Wars, Last Starfighter. Fucking Lost in Space with Joey from Friends. It'll be amazing. It'll be great. But until we know how to get around out there, we're never going to do nothing.
May the luck of the 7 pillars of Gulu be with you at all times.
Exactly. That is exactly what I was trying to say. Anyway, it's currently 5:25 in the AM, and you're still listening to Perspectives.
Yes, Ben Frail has another chat here. Have you heard the Shane Davies convention? Toilet story. Did I read that right? Toilet story about Keel and Jaws. No, I have not heard that story. But it's true, it is late. I should probably let you guys go. It is past.
Well, I can go. Kat had the good sense to go.
No, I know. No, I mean all together since we finished the movie and we read the chat. Although we might have a story incoming from Ben Frail. And there's lots more information in that magazine. I didn't read the whole thing. I wish I had because there's so much good stuff in there. Oh, hey, it actually goes more into detail about the one stuntman whose life was in danger. We begged him to at least have a wire supporting him, but the stuntman said no, the wire would be in his way. So he slips and grabs onto the car, not with 2 hands, which is what he was supposed to do, but with the one, as we saw in the movie. I do remember that. We were all scared to death watching him. And that's that story a little more completely. And there's more of that in this magazine. And so I should give you a link to that magazine. I think it's really cool.
But then he survived.
Yeah, he did. He survived.
If he had died, we all would have mourned him as a brave man who was attempting to get the shot. But unfortunately, he survived. So when he got down from the thing that was very, very dangerous, we all said, "You're stupid," and that was a risk that you didn't have to take. And then he was fired.
Oh, man, but it didn't. That scene did look really good. But yes, he should not have taken that risk. I agree.
It would have been better if he had died.
It would have been better if he used a damn wire. And
well,
nobody
no,
had to
then
worry
everyone
about him.
would have been like, "Oh, what a brave soul to do such a stunt."
I don't know.
But now he's just a careless person who doesn't know how to do his job.
That is not true.
I don't know. It's an interpretation. It's a possibility. I'm not trying to besmirch. I'm just saying.
All right, kids.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're in crisis or you know somebody who is, dial 988 or 1-800-273-TALK. If you don't want to talk, you can text the word TALK, T-A-L-K, to 741-741. In Canada, dial 988. In the UK, dial 0800-689-5652. You can always get local help anywhere you dial from. So please keep those numbers handy. You never know when you're going to need them or when a friend might need them as well. And that's what I got. Jill, thank you so much for hosting. I know we're pushing 5.5 hours, so I am going to jettison on Moonraker for the night. Thanks for hosting.
Oh, you're welcome. And thank you so much for joining and staying for the whole movie. It's been incredible to have you here. Spending your Saturday night here means a lot. Thank you, DJ Play Nice. And you missed
later, guys.
You missed him.
Cheers.
Doing it. He did a Drax speech earlier. See ya. Because you were away, and it made sense.
Yeah, totes.
And
All
no,
right,
I guess
well-
no. I have not heard that story, and I guess I'm not going to hear it tonight either. But I guess I'll have to look up the toilet story later about Jaws.
It involves
and
soup.
Keel. Well, maybe it's not appropriate for the chat. Maybe that's why he's not talking about it. But yeah, this is a link to the magazine that I've been referencing, and what is it called? Magazine. I put it in my notes. I'll name it one more time. The official. Okay, here it is.
Huh.
It says the full title of the magazine is Ian Fleming's Moonraker, the official movie magazine by Warren Publishing Company.
Oh wow.
It's really, really cool. It's not X-rated or anything.
No.
It's been for real.
There is a wonderful and I'm not going to be able to provide any information today. But there is a wonderful organization that puts out great periodicals about the James Bond series. And it's high quality. It's a magazine. I don't have the Moonraker one. I may think about getting it for a present for someone that I know. I do have the License to Kill one because that is my favorite James Bond movie. But yeah, no, I love these print article, behind the scenes interview sort of investigations of movies and the genre of James Bond as a whole. So I love it. I love it. So thank you
True,
for
there's
sharing.
interviews in here too. Definitely. It's beautiful, isn't it? Did you look at it?
I'm looking at it right now, yo.
I should share it. I'm
Well,
looking at it
no,
now
seriously,
myself.
I'm gonna go. If you want to sit here and
Yeah.
have a book club, I'm gonna bust.
Yeah, I know. I gotta go too. So I'm just gonna show just a picture here. Here,
There we
autographs.
are. Look at Lois. Look
Lois,
at Richard Keel almost doing a Vulcan salute.
Yeah, so close.
And there's Dolly. Zoom in. Does she have braces?
Zoom in. No, she does not have braces.
So I think this magazine proves it.
Okay. Oh, but speaking of which, I gotta close the poll. In which
we do have to close the poll and find out how many people are correct.
Okay, so 46% who saw it in theater saw the braces, but 22% or 20% did not. Or wait a minute. No, I'm wrong.
Sure.
Wait a minute.
You offered 4 options that gave 2 answers.
I did, but I was trying to delineate. This is actually 2 polls in one, and so you ignore. They're separate polls.
You can only vote once.
You can only vote once,
but you
I
put
wanted
2
to
polls
delineate
where you can only vote once.
I
That
think
sounds fair.
I think it's important. I think it's important to know whether or not they were in the theater when they saw if they believe that there's braces or not. And so
It
46%
is, yes.
of people who saw the movie in theaters saw the braces. But if
who won?
Braces won according to this.
That makes sense.
But if
It's
only
sad,
12%
but it
who
makes
saw it in theaters, 12% who saw it in theaters did not see braces. So there are people who saw it when it was originally released that did not see the braces.
So
And
anytime
among people who did not see it in theaters at first are pretty much split down the middle. So anytime what?
Oh no, I'm just saying that people who believe that Dolly had braces, I regard them, and this is just me, and I mean this with the utmost of respect, because I think that you are entitled to your opinion, and whatever evidence that you have to present to me to prove your opinion, I will consider. But anybody who thinks that Dolly was wearing braces in Moonraker is a flat earther.
I don't think so. I don't think it's
in science fiction and James Bond fans.
No, it's not the same thing.
It is the same thing because
No,
there's
it's not.
so much
Because
evidence.
there's irrefutable evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
Right, and there's irrefutable evidence that Dolly didn't have braces.
No, there's only irrefutable evidence that there are no braces in any physical media.
So imaginary media, your memory, your wishes and dreams and hopes, your square dances and your taps. Like, what the fuck?
Well, you did say earlier not to let you get angry.
Yes,
so
you're right. I am getting angry, and I apologize.
You're getting angry.
So yes, that is my assertion.
Thank you for
thank you for
I don't
reminding
think
me.
so because there's a theatrical reel. Maybe there's one out there somewhere that has it.
There is, but I don't buy it now.
I know. You were much nicer earlier, but it's okay.
No, but I've seen
Yeah,
things that look like a video, but
But then there's also the Mandela effect. She wore the braces in the universe I was born in until I got stuck in this alternate dimension. I like that one too.
that's also fantasy.
Well, there have been more kind of weird events like that
Yeah,
after
well, that's
there's
fine.
the whole hadron collider kind of
Yeah, the
theory
Large
too.
Hadron Collider has made it
How
so
is
that
this an alternate
you know what?
dimension?
You used to remember me as being cooler.
And Ben Farrell remembers the braces too. But yes, this is the funnest thing. I love this movie. And it's fun to
Yes.
think about and talk about. And so thank you, Scotty, for doing that. And thank you, everybody in the chat who helped make this stream even more fun. And I'm going to go read the rest of the magazine and wish I would have read
the
it
book.
sooner. Read the book? No, I want to read the magazine. The magazine has
Well, the magazine is shorter.
the magazine is shorter, and it has a broccoli interview and trivia.
You know what? His name is actually pronounced broccoli.
Is it broccoli?
Yeah.
I don't think so. But maybe you're right. You're more of the James Bond fan, so I should look at you as the authority on
I
the
thought
matter.
everybody just said it that way, but I thought it was broccoli was the original pronunciation of the name.
At the very least, yeah. Dolly's braces prove the Mandela effect is true.
No.
Dolly had braces. I think that's the takeaway tonight.
The Mandela effect is a figment of everyone's imagination. It is
maybe.
It is a refutation of history, and I consider myself.
I was a great reader when I was a kid. I remember Berenstain Bears, not Stain. It's the same thing.
What was
as
it?
That.
I went and I looked at the new Lego Star Trek The Enterprise D. And they posted a picture. Someone posted a picture of the dedication plaque. And I read it, and it was like, you had one job. And I read it, and I read it again, and I read it again. And then I went to the comments, and the first comment was, everything's spelled right, and it looks like it should. And then the comment after that said, boldly has an L after the D. They had spelled to boldly go where no man has gone before, or no one has gone before. And
yes,
so
it's a big mistake. They're going to have to ship everybody.
But it's something your brain will look at something and it will recognize it as being accurate. And you'll be like, I don't see what the problem is. And then if you actually, like, I suppose it's different analyzing, like, you are not certain. If you think that you are certain of the reality that surrounds you, you're so hubristic, I cannot help you. Like, the thing is that you have the capability of being wrong. You can look at a puzzle. You can look at a coloring book. You can do whatever you want, and you can still be incorrect.
I think we've both conceded that we could be wrong on this particular instance, but I think you've lost sight of that at this particular moment.
Well,
but
no,
that is
here's
true
the
that
deal.
our
Here's the
brains
deal.
do correct things that we perceive as incorrect, such as when there are extra words in a paragraph, your brain will delete the extraneous words, and you won't even notice that things are incorrect.
Exactly. And so if you happen to subscribe to that, this broadcast will be approximately 3.5 hours long.
It is. We are approaching 5 hours.
I got to get out of here, lady. I'm
And
going to die
38
if I don't.
So, yeah, we'll see you guys next time. I need to get that Lego D just for the Wesley minifigure. I know. I just want the minifigures and the shuttlecraft with the Ensign row. That's all I want. I don't need the whole big thing. The whole anyway.
Jill, just take me around the world one more time.
All right. Oh, okay. I do need to thank the chat.
All right.
There were
you
so
do
many
that.
here. Well, if you got to go now, you do. I just want to.
I gave you the perfect exit line, and if you want to go and hang out with a hi, bye, chat.
Well, but there were how many people here? At least 30
Lots of people.
A Good Place, Charles Ratcliffe, Joe's Atmosphere. Oh, I didn't realize Joe was here. Lance from the Outcast Creative. Mad G even stopped by, and I missed him.
Mr. Brown's Alliance was here.
Jason loved the Joker.
He wasn't even overtly British, which was nice.
Sinister, Brogu. Mark Harkness, the Comic Relief Crusader. Oh, yeah, I remember when he was here. Euler Greg, that seems like a day ago now. Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective.
What a weird statement. You weren't overtly British on a James Bond stream.
Well, that's why I didn't acknowledge it and continue thanking the chat.
Mr. Brown's Alliance, you should have been more British.
William Shakespeare. Yes, we wanted biscuits. College Slammer. Jet Sparks, Orphan Zane, Ben
Cucumber
Frail,
sandwiches.
Eugene Bird, Old Man Bird, DJ Play Nice, Sashi, Nim, Do the Evolution, Mars Monkey Max, Classic Comics, PvP, Pleasant Valley Picker, CA, whom I watched these Bond movies with for the first time, Kronos, Kimberly Ann Hart, Greek Letters, and we got our top 5 chatters for the night. Daniel's Hot Topics. Apple 2GS. And number 3, Lemon Pie. Number 2, Mark D with the C. Thank you so much for the videos. They were great.
Mark D with the C is always number 1 in my heart.
Yeah. But number 1 in the chat today is Canadian Spider-Man.
Well,
this stream started Sunday and it's midday already. Just had lunch. Bye. Good night, everybody. Thank you for checking out Moonraker with us. We'll see you all next time.
Let's try some re-entry.
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
Going to bed. Gotta turn off the lights. Hey, there's TV. Gotta turn off the power. Hey, turning off things. Yeah, it's time for bed. So now, where's the sleepy place? It is upstairs, but I gotta make sure the door is locked, and now it's time for bed. Baxter, he's on the couch. He wonders why I'm singing. I'm going upstairs, and Baxter's coming with me. Just found a little poop. Gonna pick it up with my fingers and throw it in the toilet.
Baxter is not to blame. Hey, buddy, you coming up? He's looking at me like I'm a crazy person. Come on, it's bedtime. Anyway, that's my song.
What's Bond doing?
I think he's attempting re-entry, sir.